Okay.
Recording in progress.
We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Couple quick announcements. If you have a electronic wireless device that makes noise, please go ahead and put that on silent or airplane mode for the meeting. We would appreciate that, myself included here. And also, and help me out here, either Lindsay or Brandon, please, but to comply with open meeting law, a reminder for both speakers and for commissioners to state your name prior to making comments so that it can be recorded in the record correctly. Is that?
That's it. Yeah, you just need to identify yourself for the record, please, no matter who's speaking.
And my name is Kevin Joel.
And Lindsay Liddell, for the record, just to clarify, it's not a legal or open meeting law requirement, but it definitely helps staff when they're working on the minutes. So that's why we ask that you do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And is there a volunteer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Sure. Yeah, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Jones. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped roll call.
Michelangelo Aranda.
Present.
Timothy Dake.
Present.
Miles Gertler has informed me he will not be able to be present today. Sean Hill.
Present.
Kevin Joel.
Present.
Neil Jones.
Present.
Nicholas Martin Kearney also said he would not be present. Mark Newman.
Present.
And it looks like Lisa Rhodey. Go ahead and unmute, Lisa.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And the reading of the Zoom instructions?
Yes. So this meeting will be held in the County Commission chambers and via Zoom. To attend this meeting via Zoom, please log into the Zoom webinar using the link found on the agenda. You can also join the meeting by typing zoom.us into your computer browser. Clicking Join a Meeting on the Zoom website and entering this meeting ID, 842-7265-9406. Alternatively, you can join the meeting via telephone only by dialing 1-669-900-9128. Enter the meeting ID, 842-7265-9406, and by pressing pound. For those wishing to provide public comment via Zoom, log into the Zoom webinar using the link on the agenda and utilize the raise hand feature during any public comment period. To provide public comment via telephone only, press star 9 to raise hand and star 6 to mute or unmute.
Thank you, Brandon. Item number 4, public comment. This is general public comment. There will be additional opportunities on each agenda item. Is there any general public comment today?
I have no general public comment in chambers nor any hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you.
Oh, one moment. Do you have general public comment or is it for a specific item? Okay, go ahead. And when you're done, I need you to come over here and fill out a public speaking form, please. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. It's okay. Let me see if the mic's on.
In Washoe County for about 2 years, formerly
Please state your first and last name for the record.
Tamara LeClaire.
Go ahead.
I'm retired. I'm a hiker in the state of Nevada. I learned of the Truckee Meadows, the Truckee River Preservation Area of McCarran Ranch. Harry Reid worked so hard to procure that land and reclaim it. I was driving across town on Red Rock Road, north towards Animal Ark. That area is beautiful, and it should have been preserved as a state park, and it was let go to land developers. What happened? That's my concern. Was there a bad BLM land swap? What happened?
I don't believe we can answer questions at this board.
Yeah, we generally cannot address issues that aren't on the agenda.
Yeah.
But if you leave your contact information with Brandon, I'd be happy to do some research and try to get back to you on that. I have some knowledge of that, but
It's
I
absolutely
don't
beautiful.
believe it was a bad land swap.
Yeah. I ask that you hopefully look at what David Yetman did with his tenure with Pima County commissioners saving public lands in Tucson, Arizona. It's remarkable, and I really hope that someone here would follow suit.
Yeah. we
Thank
have-
you for your time.
That is a significant issue in our area, and there's a large amount of private property that is essentially allowed to be developed unless we come up with the funds to procure it.
Yeah, that's an absolutely beautiful area. Red Rock Road.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for listening.
Mark Newman for the record. Can I ask the chair a question? Would she be allowed to get a hold of Commissioner Jeannie Herman, that would be her District 5, and maybe get further information from Commissioner Herman?
I don't believe there would be anything that would prevent that.
There you go,
Yeah.
ma'am. Have a
Eric,
great day.
Eric says he will be following up as well. Item number 5, approval of the agenda for the Open Space and Regional Parks Commission meeting today, May 22nd.
Mark Newman, I'll make the motion to approve.
And we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion or public comment on the motion?
There was a bit of a off-cuff discussion earlier of whether we need to approve the agenda for the meeting. It's not required. Mark, you can elaborate on that, but this is Commissioner Day. Whether or not we want to keep this item in our agenda and be approving the agenda. It sounds like it's really up to the commission chair. That would be Commissioner Joel. Is that correct?
I would defer to legal because I do not know.
Lindsay Liddell, for the record, that is correct. There's no open meeting law or other legal requirement that requires an agenda item approving the agenda itself. Historically, just like tradition, a lot of boards or commissions have that, and a lot have removed it because it just makes more time in the meeting and it's not necessary. However, for this item, because it's not agendized as whether to include this on the agenda in future, I would advise to not vote on that issue, but you're welcome to certainly vote on approving the agenda for this meeting, and then meetings going forward, Chair Joel can discuss with staff about removing that from the agendas.
Okay, and if we did remove it, we'd still have the option to like bump around agenda items to accommodate crowds of public speakers?
That's correct, yeah, so anytime, and that's actually a requirement of open meeting law to have that in the agenda, that items may be taken out of order or combined, and you'd still have to approve the minutes, but just that agenda itself, and the agenda might change, staff might have something come up and remove something last minute from an agenda, so your ultimate agenda might not actually be what you're approving anyway.
Okay, so the motion, so we'll take that suggestion for further advisement for future meetings. And the motion on the table is for approving today's agenda. Hearing no other discussion or public comment, All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 6, approval of the draft minutes for the Open Space and Regional Parks Commission meeting of January 24th, 2024. Is there any comments or corrections to the minutes?
This is Commissioner Gage. Just a comment on the minutes, and it's been a long time since we did this meeting, obviously, in January, and I'm not sure when these got posted on the website, but is there do these get done fairly quickly? And maybe this is a question for Brandon. Do these get done and put out fairly quickly after the meeting, or are they something we could get very soon after the meeting, rather than 2 months later? Typically, in this case, it's more months.
I will speak with the person who does the minutes and see what can be done. Because I don't think that will be an issue, get it to you sooner. I'll speak with them and we'll figure something out for you.
For me, it'd be helpful, because after a couple of months, it's not very fresh anymore, what we had discussed and who had brought things up.
I've just usually been requesting them as we're getting ready for our next meeting. Because that's how I do it on the other boards that I work on. But I don't, if you prefer to get them earlier, that's fine. But I'll speak with that person and we'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just have a question, Brandon. These don't actually get posted online, like to public view, until we approve them at the next meeting, correct? Or is the draft minutes?
The draft minutes are online.
Oh, the draft minutes are?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then after you approve them, I have you sign them, and then I
Swap
put them
out?
online after the meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Within 24 hours typically after the meeting, they're approved.
Okay, thank you.
They
very
are on prior to the draft minutes are on prior, but it's only, a week ahead of time usually.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
This is Sean Hill. I was thinking I should recuse myself from this vote since I wasn't there present at the meeting. Just want to make sure that is that right?
Lindsay Liddell, for the record, there's no legal requirement that a commissioner or board member recuse themselves if they were not at a meeting. So you're certainly welcome to vote on this, just with that note that you're not making your vote as to the accuracy of the minutes because you weren't present. But I'll leave that to you.
Thank you.
I can ask if there's any abstaining,
Abstain, right?
so.
Not recuse.
Let's see, did we have a motion on this yet for the?
Commissioner Dake, I motion we approve these draft minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second it. Mark Newman.
Any further discussion or public comment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
Abstain, Sean Hill.
Thank you. Item number 7, acknowledgement and recognition of park operations staff for their outstanding service and contributions to Washoe County.
Good afternoon. For the record, Colleen Wallace-Barnum, Park Operations Superintendent. I do have 2 acknowledgements this afternoon. It's always fun to do these. So I would like to welcome up Celia Marie Walker for her 10-year certificate of continuous service for Washoe County. Celia came to us actually from...
Put the volume way down.
You do, Colleen.
That's new.
Just your magnetic personality, right?
Feel that right here.
I can talk kind of loud. Oh, that's better. Okay, there we go. It's working. So Celia Marie Walker, come on up. Celia came to us from Regional Animal Services. She worked at Regional Animal Services for 3.5 years before coming to Parks. She spent some years over at Lazy 5 Regional Park. If you notice the sand dome out there that has some nice paintings on it, That was Celia's responsibility. She actually commissioned some artists and got some grant money to do that work. She also has helped with that underpass at Rancho San Rafael. She currently works at a Rancho San Rafael park now as a park ranger, and she helped with that art commission as well for the art that goes on either sides of the wall under that underpass. And she is a great member of our park ranger team. So congratulations on your 10 years. Yes. Thank you. Okay, the next certificate is for Park Ranger Nick Stoyer. Come on up, Nick. Okay. Nick's 10 years of service started April 15th of 2004. And I trained Nick on his first day, and it was exciting because we actually found a baby owl. We'll never forget it. And I was like, oh, okay, this doesn't really happen that often, but here's what you do if you find a baby owl. And we took it over to the local animal hospital that takes wildlife. And ever since then, Nick has been just a great, highly engaged ranger. He's one of our park rangers we'll hear about later, has gone to Park Ranger Excellence School. He is currently working out of Davis Creek Park. And can you remind me all the parks you've been at? I think you were at Bartley Ranch Park, Bowers Mansion Park, and Davis Creek Park. So we thank you very much for your 10 years of continuous service. Congratulations. Okay, and I'd like to welcome up Director Eric Crump for an announcement.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Crump with Washington County's Community Services Department. So there's been a lot of movement within our department since you last met, and I'll speak to some of it a little bit later on, but this is a good opportunity for me to introduce Aaron Smith. So Aaron Smith is the new Operations Division Director for our department. It's my prior position. Aaron was hired in April through a very competitive process. He's been with the county for over 7 years within the Community Services Department. And prior to this, he was our business intelligence program manager. So he brings a great deal of talent, especially on the technical side for our team. So we're lucky to retain him, and congratulations, Aaron.
Thank you.
Is Aaron here?
First, I'd just like to, thank you for raising your hand. I've had the pleasure of working both with Nick and Celia on various events and park projects and stuff, and I just wanted to say congratulations and keep up the good work. You guys are awesome. Question for Mr. Crump. So just to clarify, did you get promoted, or if he's in your position, like where's the hierarchy now?
Great question. I was going to cover that in the director updates, but that's okay. In February, I was appointed by the Board of County Commissioners the director of the Community Services Department. So our assistant county manager, Dave Solaro, decided it's time to cut the ties and split duties between the director of the Community Services Department and the assistant county manager. So he is now solely just the assistant county manager, and I was appointed by the board as the director.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for that clarification.
Quick question, Mark Newman for the record. Aaron, are you going to make a speech later and introduce yourself? Got agenda item 9. Thank you.
Quick question on our resolutions, since I see several people in the audience before we move into some of the action items. Should we do the resolutions earlier so that they can continue with their day? Okay. Taking or adding an item, I believe, or taking it out of order?
It would be taking it out of
Taking it
order,
out of
Lindsay
order.
Liddell for the record.
Okay, that was 14. Got it. Okay, so do we need to do a motion to bump 14 up, or can I just do that?
As the chair, you can just do that.
Boom, done. Okay, so do you guys want to, the Washoe County Department of Juvenile Services Work Program, do you guys want to, or either come up to the front or just stand up where you are? Are you guys here? I got two here.
For the record, Colleen Wallace Farnham, Park Operations Superintendent. I have with me Brandy Vega with Juvenile Services. She will be accepting the resolution for the Juve Services Program. That's the only one that we have currently in chambers. So if you could read the Juvenile Services Resolution, that would be great. And then we'll have the kids come up.
Okay, so Sierra Nevada Job Corps is not here?
Not yet.
Oh.
Lied.
okay.
They're here.
They are here. Okay, we will do both. All right, resolution of recognition and appreciation, Washoe County Department of Juvenile Services Work Program. Whereas Washoe County Juvenile Services Work Program has served the parks of Washoe County through community service since 1998 to present, and whereas for 26 years, Washoe County Juvenile Service crews have completed 930 workdays in the parks, putting in 175,552 hours of community service. And whereas, since the inception of this partnership with Washoe County Regional Parks and Open Space, a total of 21,944 juvenile participants have put in their time and effort into beautifying and maintaining our parks, instilling a sense of ownership and accountability for our natural spaces in the upcoming generations. And whereas, Washoe County Juvenile Services has worked in over 40 of our Washoe County parks and has organized with park rangers every month to successfully schedule and complete park projects. And whereas, through the leadership of Washoe County Juvenile Services Work Program, Washoe County Juvenile Services is one of the most beneficial and organized partnerships with Washoe County Parks, completing hundreds of park maintenance projects. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Open Space and Regional Parks Commission extends its sincere appreciation and respect for Washoe County Juvenile Services for their continued dedication, organization, and successful partnership with Washoe County Regional Parks and Open Space, adopted this 22nd day of May, 2024.
Okay, for the record, Colleen Wallace Farnham. Brandy Vega just has a few things to add. This program, first of all, I started in Washoe County in 1998 full-time, and I thought they always existed. So I guess we've just coexisted together. But I want to make sure she explains some of the different aspects of the program, because there's a few different aspects of the juvenile services program. So Brandy.
Thank you for having me. I'm Brandy Vega, Senior Work Program Field Supervisor for Juvenile Services. I'm the lead for our community service unit, specifically with work program. So I do a lot of the coordinating and working with a lot of the park rangers to set up the events for us to take out youth who owe community service to go and clean up the parks in whatever manners we need. We also have a youth employment program, which obviously works with our park rangers as well. That is a little bit different, where those youth actually get paid to do that work versus serving community service. It's a great program for youth to understand how to, organize to get a job. So they'll go through like an interview process and learning how to talk in an interview, dress for an interview, and then learning how to do the work and the professionalism, like showing up on time, attitude, work ethic, things like that. So we have a youth summer employment and a winter one as well. So those are two main programs that we work with the parks. So thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
And for the record, I used to call it Character Building 101, and it's an amazing program. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Mark Newman, for the record, can I say anything?
Absolutely.
I have seen the Job Corps out at Sun Valley working on the Cal Ripken baseball fields at the Gifford Park. And they're going to be working at Paradise Park. We're doing some cement work and helping them out. And over the years, I've seen Job Corps do a lot of wonderful things within our community at local parks. And I'd like to make my appreciation known to Job Corps for their efforts. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Colleen Wallace Barnum, I'm going to invite up Celia Walker, Park Ranger, to introduce the Sierra Nevada Job Corps program.
Celia Walker, Park Ranger, as Colleen said. Sierra Nevada Job Corps is here. Ricardo with the cement masonry class instructor is here, and all the students. You guys want to come on up? You don't have to, but if you'd like to. And we do have a PowerPoint presentation. It's later on the agenda here with the volunteer appreciation.
Can we do that now? Is it, Celia, is it okay if we do that now?
It's totally up to you.
I think they probably want to get out of this meeting. So if we can do that now while they're here. Yeah.
It's up to you, then that would be great. We could just do my portion of it, and Denise can do her volunteer portion of it
Sounds good.
later. But I do want to introduce Job Corps here, Sierra Nevada Job Corps. We have been partners for almost 30 years with Washoe County Parks. And I don't know if you've been to their campus, the back of Lemon instead out there. The kids live on campus. You guys, they learn all trades. And we take advantage of that because we are a perfect place for you guys to learn and practice what you're being trained in. When they graduate, they have a valuable skill that they can take them to get a job. Ricardo, would you like to say a few words?
Good afternoon. So this is my cement class. They take pride and joy in what they do. They try hard, and they always like to be off center, helping out the parks. They're a good class. There's been different classes, and these guys work hard. So, thank you, Celia, for having us at the parks.
Thank you, guys. We're just going to go over quickly the PowerPoint here. We had the cement class. They came out to Rancho Santa Fe. Kevin, you know all about this. You were out there working in the pollinator garden at that time. Here they are. They were tasked with building 7 concrete benches to install in our Rancho pollinator garden. They earn industry-recognized credentials. They have high-skill, quality employment skills to take with them. And, you know, they're all volunteers here. Ricardo is there on site instructing the entire time. They poured 14 cement pillars, which we learned are about 350 pounds each, on site and on campus. They did a beautiful texture on all of the park bench tops, and they look wonderful. They spent about 2 weeks installing all of them in the garden. So we have 7 new concrete benches in the garden. To tie in with it, Juve crew dug all of the holes for these benches. So it's really a community effort to get this done. And the kids, you guys work so hard leveling everything. Everything is level. It's comfortable. It looks professionally done. And this is just a benefit for both Washoe County Parks and Job Corps. You guys learn all your skills through doing the project, and then we gain, 7 new beautiful benches in the pollinator garden. It goes along with all of Rancho Santa Fe and Washoe County Parks, where it takes a community to really make it nice. And on the bottom there, you can see the finished. So we have 4 concrete benches in the center with the pergola, and then 3 on the pathway there. And you guys did a great job. So I'd like to give them a round of applause.
We have a resolution for you guys, if I can read that into the record. Resolution of recognition and appreciation, Sierra Nevada Job Corps. Whereas Sierra Nevada Job Corps has been a successful partner of Washoe County Regional Parks and Open Space for over 30 years, and whereas Sierra Nevada Job Corps has provided skilled, hands-on learning environments for their students while completing over a dozen quality projects in Washoe County parks, and whereas Sierra Nevada Job Corps has had students from each skilled discipline complete projects in over 7 Washoe County regional parks, including cement masonry, painting, welding, carpentry, and building construction. And whereas Sierra Nevada Job Corps and Washoe County Regional Parks and Open Space have had a productive working relationship, giving Job Corps students important training opportunities that help them move into fruitful careers. And whereas this is volunteer work that the students and their instructors provide to our community, with their instructors and staff exhibiting dedication, professionalism, and leadership with all projects. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Open Space and Regional Parks Commission extends its sincere appreciation and respect for Sierra Nevada Job Corps for their continued partnership with Washoe County Regional Parks and Open Space, and for providing outstanding structures and park amenities for the public to enjoy. Adopted this 22nd day of May, 2024.
And Commissioner Joel, for the record, these resolutions are for possible action, so to formally adopt it, it would require commission action.
Okay, so we need to make a motion and
That's
and vote
correct.
on it.
I'll make a motion to adopt those actions. Mark Newman?
Can we do both of them at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, so both
Yes, correct.
resolutions as just read?
Yeah, as just read.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Commissioner Day will second that motion.
Any discussion or public comment on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Well, congratulations and thank you for your support, and I wish you luck in all future endeavors.
May I make a comment?
Oh, yes, please.
Michelangelo Aranda for the record. I just wanted to tell you, and hopefully you feel it, the pride that you should have with doing the work that you do. Those stone benches or cement benches are going to be there for decades. Your children and your children's children and my children's children will be sitting on those. And that's amazing, amazing work and a lot of beautiful, I have sat on it, that's why I'm just saying. It was really well done. They are amazing. And so this work that you guys do and the skills that you guys have learned from it, I hope that you carry with you and you continue whatever you do to continue to contribute to the community in any way that you can, because that's the most pride that we can have, is leaving the world better than the way it came in. And you guys have already done that so far. So keep doing the great work and thank you.
One last thing before you guys leave. Mark Newman for the record. I made my living in construction. I was a sheet metal worker. I have lots of friends. Your teacher out there, Jimmy Ogoborn, is a good friend of mine from Cal Ripken baseball in Sun Valley. And you guys are going to be doing some work for us as cement workers at Paradise Park for the Washoe County Senior Services and for the senior center out there and making Paradise Park nice again. I'd like to really thank all of you guys. Take it what you learn and go with it, because it's going to go far for you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 8. Presentation, discussion, and possible recommendation to Board of County Commissioners to approve the following easement deeds between Washoe County and the City of Reno to support Phase 2 Plymouth Street Sidewalk Improvement Project.
Good afternoon. For the record, Faye-Marie Picard, Park Planner with Washoe County. The item before you today is a proposal from City of Reno for an easement request on Plymouth Street for its Phase 2 sidewalk improvement project. Just a little bit of background information on this sidewalk improvement project. Phase 1 has already been approved by the Park Commission in May of 2023 and will be finalized with its construction in June of this year, so just 1 month away. It's also, Phase 1 and Phase 2 has been funded by NDOT itself, which was grant funds received by City of Reno under the bipartisan infrastructure law transportation alternatives. Phase 1 consisted of improvements along Urban Road and Plumas Street, which consists of that pink notation on the map. It was a sidewalk improvement project for a 5-foot minimum width for ADA accessibility, as well as our storm drainage improvement projects in that area. It led from the intersection from Urban Road until Plumas up to the Reno Tennis Center and extends over to the existing sidewalk that we have along the tennis center parking lot. Phase 2, oops, I'm gonna go back to one more. Phase 2 is gonna be a continuation of that sidewalk improvement project along the west side of Plumas Street. This is the last section that is missing a sidewalk along its roadway, so this will serve as a connection from Urban all the way down to Moana Lane. This project aims, again, to create a 5-foot width ADA accessible pedestrian route, improve safety of those who are walking along the road, as currently in this section, there is no safe sidewalk area. Pedestrians are being forced to have to walk within the existing roadway area along Plumas Street, or they're having to walk within the dirt area that's shown on the photo to the right that has the weeds and the dirt. So there's not any safe sidewalk improvements currently in this section. So the easement request is twofold. One is for the temporary construction easement in order to construct these sidewalk amenities, and the second is for the permanent public use easement for the sidewalk. The sidewalk itself will primarily be within the City of Reno's right-of-way. It'll be back of curb with some encroachment within the Reno Golf, or the Washoe County Golf Course, which is why this item is coming before you today. Once that permanent public use easement is deeded to the City of Reno, essentially and ultimately, that right-of-way for the sidewalk would become part of City of Reno's jurisdiction and maintenance. Possible motion, should you agree with this recommendation from staff to approve the easements, would be before you. And if you have any questions, I'm willing to take them. And I also have City of Reno staff with me as well.
I have a question, Mark Newman, for the record. I spoke earlier with Colleen. This will not affect actually the functioning of the Washoe Golf Course. It's not going to take down any of the fence or remove any of the golf course itself, correct?
It'll be taking down some of the fence, but it'll be a remove and replace. So anything that's moved inward towards the golf course section that's closer outside of that right-of-way where that sidewalk will be built will be removed for construction and then replaced. So it'll be brought back. There won't be an opening of the fence.
And that cost will be per the City of Reno or through the grant?
That'll be part of the grant, correct?
Okay, but it's not going to really affect any of the golf course itself?
No, not at all. And then we've also had our Washoe County Golf Course our overseers, are the ones that are taking care of the Washoe Golf Course, be involved with the Phase 1 and Phase 2 improvements. So we know that irrigation lines, any effects it would have on the park, they're also included in that conversation.
And Washoe County, the greenskeeper and the head of the golf course there is going along with you and approved. I don't see him here in the meeting today.
This is for the Phase 2, this would be just the proposal for it, so we have coordinated with them in the past for Phase 1. Typically, what's been happening is that we'll go back, have the irrigation marked to make sure any of those improvements aren't going to be affected by the sidewalk, and if they are, how they're gonna be moved. I think we did some pre-project vetting for Phase 2 for the sidewalk improvement projects, and I don't believe there was gonna be any issues with the irrigation that exists, as well as the sidewalk improvements that are proposed.
I just see him over there shaking his head. So everything is going to be pretty much the way it is now. It might move the fence a little bit, which shouldn't hurt anything, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, thank you.
Sean Hill, for the record. Curious if you know, I believe there's a bike lane on that side of, on Plumas. Do you know if that bike lane is going to be pushed over? Is it still going to be there? Is it going to be pushed out from the sidewalk? I realize it's maybe outside of the purview of this recommendation.
I'll defer to City of Reno to answer that question for you.
Great.
Yeah, good afternoon. For the record, Jonathan Smith, Senior Civil Engineer for the City of Reno. And yeah, this won't impact the bike lane. The bike lane will remain where it's at. This is just going to be improvements behind the curb. So it'll be 5 feet, and for clarification, the easement is needed to move the fence on the property. Actually, all of the sidewalk will be on City of Reno right away. The fence will be relocated a foot or less back onto the golf course property. So that's what it's needed for.
Thank you.
Michelangelo Aranda for the record. So the current picture shows that there is fire hazard because of the growth that's happening there. The sidewalk will mitigate that, but is landscaping going to be introduced as well?
This project, so the temporary construction easement, as you saw in that picture, is quite a bit wider than the permanent. That is for us to, a lot of the area that we're impacting with this project is gonna be dirt. So it's just regrading the dirt back to minimize the elevation difference with the golf course property and the proposed sidewalk. So not a lot of new landscaping, but we are protecting all existing trees and along that portion, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I just ask, you're looking at pictures there? I don't see pictures in my
It's,
packet.
Right here.
Oh, it's a
Commissioner
different-
Dake for the record. This phase two shows a section of sidewalk along Plumas, and then it stops at what looks like an apartment complex. Does that sidewalk currently continue all the way down to Moana, or is this gonna be a dead-end sidewalk waiting for some future development?
Correct. So this last phase of the project is going to be, or for the record, Fay Marie Picard, Park Planner for Washoe County. So this last section will be the final section for a sidewalk for continuation from Urban to Moana Lane. So it'll be essentially from that Reno Tennis Center parking lot that has that dead end in that photo that you're probably viewing that was also in the presentation. That stops and there's no sidewalk all the way to that private driveway at the end of the parcel owned by Washoe County for the Washoe County Golf Course. So it's just that segment from south of the tennis center parking lot down to the end of our parcel ownership. And then there's driveway, a private driveway and a sidewalk that continues on beyond that down to Moana Lane.
Okay, so we're not gonna build a dead-end sidewalk here?
No, this will be a continuation now from Urban Road all the way down to Moana Lane alongside the west side of Plumas Street.
Thank you for that clarification.
Is there a motion?
One last question. So from Urban to Plum, Mark Newman for the record, from Urban to Plum, there's already the sidewalk and bicycle path, correct? I'm kind of familiar with that area. I've lived here for over 60 years, so I grew up in that neighborhood. And you're gonna be going, according to this, it's gonna be going down Urban to Plumas, and then from Plumas, from Urban to Mountain View. But is there sidewalk already from Mountain View to Moana?
No, so yeah, I think what you're referring, sorry, Jonathan Smith for the record. I think what you're referring to is the first image. We have two phases of this project. The first phase, we came before you guys about a year ago to propose sidewalk along Urban from Arlington to Plumas, and then from Plumas to basically Mountain View on the west side of Plumas was phase one. That is complete, where there's just a few minor things we need to do, some rail on the ramp that we built that leads up to the tennis center. This phase will go from the south end of the tennis center on the west side of Plumas down to Moana. So there's currently no sidewalk there. This would be introducing new sidewalk for that section.
Okay, thank you. Mark Newman for the record, I'll make a motion to approve this.
There is right here if you want to read that.
Oh,
guy.
possible, okay, here, possible motion, I gotta read this one. Should the commissioners agree with the recommendations, a possible motion would be move to recommend to the Board County Commissioners approve the following easement deeds between Washoe County and the City of Reno to support Phase 2 Plumas Street Sidewalk Improvement Project, a temporary construction easement totaling 32,284 square feet and permanent public use easement totaling 2,116 square feet of accessors parcel number APN 019-0140-12, part of the Washoe Golf Course for no charge pursuant to NRS 277.053. The project will benefit the Washoe Golf Course and adding an accessible pedestrian route. How's that?
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Dake, I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
That was a mouthful.
Motion carries. Thank you both very much for the time that you've put into this. Item number 9, presentation, discussion, and possible recommendation to Board of County Commissioners to approve an easement exchange agreement with Sunny Hills LLC over Hidden Valley Regional Park, Assessor's Parcel Number 051330-01, to provide access to Sunny Hills Ranchos property. APNs are in the record. In exchange for a facilities easement to Washoe County that supports the construction of a water tank and associated infrastructure at Hidden Valley Regional Park for the storage and distribution of treated effluent water from the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility.
Okay, for the record, Famory Picard, Park Planner for Washoe County. I don't intend to make these a lengthy motion, but I do appreciate you guys going through the effort to read them. So just wanted to start this off with, this item is for a proposed easement exchange agreement between Sunny Hills Ranchos and Washoe County. Just trying to give some background on this project for why this easement exchange agreement is in front of you today. It's centered around our water tank project that we have at Hidden Valley Regional Park that we're proposing. Just in general, to give some background information, the Washoe County utility owns and operates the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility. This reclamation facility is a zero discharge facility, and all highly treated effluent is used for either irrigation, so for parks and schools, golf courses and streetscapes, or to support construction activities. The treated effluent is of high quality and is widely used throughout the South Truckee Meadows. And South Truckee Meadows is also undergoing an expansion to meet future growth for South Truckee Meadows and the county, and is currently planning for additional effluent that can be generated from this expansion. 3 projects were proposed in the past. One of them were identified for Hidden Valley Regional Park, and that's the center of our conversation today. So just wanted to give some debrief of actions that have been approved in the past for this project pertaining to the water tank and for the design. In February of 2021, Park Commission did receive the water tank proposal, as well as its alternatives, and directed CSD staff to apply for a special use permit in order to construct the water tank. Shortly after, a special use permit in September of 2021 was obtained. And in January of 2022, in order for our engineering staff for Washoe County to move forward to obtain a building permit, they need to have their design. Part of that design was included on Hidden Valley Regional Park, which includes the water tank, its pipeline amenities, and access road, but it also includes Sunny Hills Ranchos property south of Hidden Valley Regional Park, which is private property. In order to have access to that private property, an agreement was obtained by CSD staff, and that included their ability to do geotechnical surveys as well as surveys for the tank project design. After design was completed, and actually after BLM review as well, just to caveat this is going to be a little bit of a discussion topic for today. There are deed restrictions on the Hidden Valley Regional Park. Park itself, there's BLM restrictions and there's LWCF restrictions. So part of the water tank construction required engineering staff for Washoe County to obtain BLM approval before they could do construction, which they did obtain in August of 2022. And lastly, the building permit was obtained in February 2023 in order to build this water tank and its associated infrastructure. So the tank itself, as it's proposed and as it's permitted, will include at Hidden Valley Regional Park and parts of Sunny Hills Ranchos property, a 1 million gallon water tank, which will be on Hidden Valley Regional Park's property, a tank access road, which will also be on Hidden Valley Regional Park, and the pipeline that would connect from the tank on Hidden Valley Regional Park to the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, as well as the park's irrigation system, because we'll use that reclaimed water for future irrigation in the park itself for our amenities. That pipe will include a 24-inch pipeline. It's approximately 3,400 feet long and will impact both Hidden Valley Regional Park and the private property of Sunny Hills Ranchos. So just to kind of give some overall tank sites, and I know the image is a little blurry, but I do want to show the reference for what we're working with right now. Hidden Valley Regional Park is that northern section of the parcel. If you see that blue circle with the red in the center, that's where the future water tank is proposed to be. That blue connection line that runs northwest and then down south through the Hidden Valley Regional Park parcel is the pipeline, the 24-inch pipeline. And then as it goes outside of Hidden Valley Regional Park, it connects into Sunny Hills Ranchos private property, and the parcel of Sunny Hills Ranchos that is impacted is the left westward portion that ends in 1-1. So overall benefits from this water tank being prepared or being constructed for Washoe County is it's an on-site reclaimed water and offers the ability for us to expand our green areas within the park. Irrigating with the reclaimed water maximizes an existing resource and preserves our potable water. It also lowers the costs that Washoe County would have, or annual costs, and allows for the potential to expand to other irrigated sites. And the existing potable water rights may be reviewed for other options. So now that we know the background of the water tank itself and the project that is to be constructed and is permitted, Sunny Hills, with their property being impacted by the pipeline from the tank, has agreed in exchange of giving the facilities easement that would require the pipeline to run through the property, would like to have staff provide efforts into getting access to their property over Hidden Valley Regional Park. So something that I want to point out in this item is the purple-blue line that you can see. I don't know if I can use the clicker to highlight it. It would be this pink line down is the pipeline itself, and the proposed access to get onto Hidden Valley Regional Park, which this is the Hidden Valley Regional Park parcel, would be off of either Mia Vista Drive or Pony Road. This is very conceptual in its idea. This is not a parkland easement application review for today. That'll be at another future meeting. But I just want to point out that the intention behind this request is to come back to Parks Commission with a parkland easement request for the access over Hidden Valley Regional Park. So it would be intentional, the intention behind this project would be creating 4 single lots for single-family homes. And as part of that, there would also be a dedicated parcel to Washoe County for trail access. That would be where that white dotted line connects from Hidden Valley Regional Park over to the BLM parcels to the west. So easement exchange impacts, because of the deed restrictions that are on Hidden Valley Regional Park, that would be reviewed by BLM in order to see if this is an allowed use. Because of the RMPP Act patent from the 1960s, any new development that would occur on Hidden Valley Regional Park would require BLM review. The second portion of this, we joke and say that it's double deed restricted as staff, but the other deed restriction that is applied to Hidden Valley Regional Park in order for this access parcel to be created would be review and approval from the Land and Water Conservation Fund for deed restrictions. This application would be a land conversion, and that would be submitted to Nevada State Parks, who would submit an application to National Park Service on behalf of Washoe County. Part of this land conversion would be an exchange parcel, which would include that trail parcel that we were showing before in the last image for that white dotted line. So the benefits of this exchange agreement helps with making more trail connectivity for Washoe County through Hidden Valley Regional Park to its adjacent BLM parcels to the west. That's also supported in our 2022 approved Hidden Valley Regional Park Master Plan, as well as the Virginia Range Trail Corridor Plan that anticipates future trail connections within this area south to Geiger Grade. Additionally, City of Reno pledged $50,000 to Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation in order for them to develop this trail corridor plan. And they have identified within this area a need for connections from Hidden Valley Regional Park to its adjacent BLM parcels. And again, overall, the construction of the water tank and the pipeline would help with the conservation of the park's existing potable water system and a general benefit to the public. So next steps, just to recap, the first step is getting your approval, and should that be favorable today, we'll bring this agreement to Board of County Commission next. Sunny Hills Ranchos will then support or provide a parkland easement application to park staff. That item will come back then to Park Commission for review. If approved, we can move that item forward to Nevada State Parks, engage in conversations for the land conversion, and then also engaging in conversations with BLM in order to get their approval as well. There are certain steps that Sunny Hills needs to move forward in order to have their proposed development occur, which would be an application to CSD for their proposed rezoning of the parcels, as well as the creation of the trail parcel and a parcel map. That dedication of the trail access, should it be favorable from the LWCF land conversion, will come into Washoe County ownership. And after the deed restrictions are then free from the Hidden Valley Regional Park, Washoe County can then grant an access easement to Sunny Hills Ranches. Should Park Commission be in favor of this idea, I have a potential motion provided to you, and I'm expecting questions, so if you guys have anything for me, please let me know. And I do have Garrett with me as well, who is the representative for Sunny Hills Ranchos, to answer any questions.
So if I can just summarize, basically, Sunny Hills Ranchos would be allowing a easement for a pipeline across their property that comes onto Hidden Valley Park. And in return, we are granting them this little corner of the park for an access road to make the north end of one of their existing lots developable.
So close, but I just want to make a correction that it would be, Sunny Hills Ranchos is willing to give the facilities easement for the pipeline and for the tank on their property in exchange for efforts from Washoe County staff in order to help move forward this easement agreement. This is just an easement agreement. Currently, it's not the review of the actual easement agreement until parkland easement application is provided.
I'm sorry, the tank is on their property as well?
Their tank is not on the property.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just the pipeline on the west side of their portion
Okay.
of their property.
Okay.
This is Sean Hill for the record. Would the, let's see, what's the nature of the land use right now in Sunny Hills? Is there any development currently on the land, on the Sunny Hills property?
In terms of the zoning or?
Yeah, is there any buildings, are there any neighborhoods there now?
There's nothing that's constructed currently, but I will defer to Garrett to answer the rezoning and the zoning potential that they're wanting for that property.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, for the record, Garrett Gordon. Thank you for the question today on behalf of Sunny Hills Ranchos. So the parcel in question, no, it's currently vacant land.
Okay, and a follow-up question is, if this exchange were to not happen, would the landowner still be able to develop the property in this way, or is this required for them to be able to develop the neighborhoods that you mentioned?
Yeah, it's our, thank you for the question. For this land to be developable, we need access from the north side, and this is really the only viable access that we see to create these 4 approximately 3-acre lots.
Mark Newman for the record. I'm looking at the one map here. This would probably be your question. On the trail that I see with the dotted line here, it should be designed properly, as we went through our meeting last week. Next question is, this is gonna be a tank that's gonna be put in for reclaimed water. Now, that has to go through the water authorities, if I'm not wrong, because there's so much of reclaimed water that has to go back into the water system. I went through a tour of the water treatment plant there in East Sparks, and there's quite a bit of water that has to go back in and within a certain purity to be reclaimed. Is this going to change any of the reclaimed water requirements of the system?
For the record, Dwayne Smith, I'm the Director of Engineering here at Washoe County. The reclaimed water is solely the responsibility of Washoe County. This is not a potable water, it's a reclaimed water. And so it's being used for irrigation purposes. So all the authority that we have is through the state. There's no connection with the Truckee Meadows Water Authority or any of the water purveyors for the use of this water. All permitting is done through NDEP, the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. So this opportunity really presents itself in a couple of ways, speaking to your question on the reclaimed water, in that we can ultimately manage our water resources better by allowing the use of reclaimed water instead of potable water on the park site and for the future. So I think you bring up a great point that while there, and I want to take this opportunity to provide that clarification, that this isn't potable water, it's reclaimed water. We're under the requirements of the state of Nevada for how that water is used, and we still have a couple of more permits that we need to work through with NDP to achieve that final goal. But we're very excited to explore this opportunity to remove potable water use from the park and replace it with this high-quality treated, reclaimed or recycled water.
I understand what the point that you're getting to. I'm on a GID as well, and I go through quite a bit of the state's water treatment and water things, and have unbelievable knowledge of the state of Nevada's water requirements. And I just want to make sure before we pass this on to the commission that the state of Nevada Water Authority is going to allow this to be happen. Because Sun Valley just sold, 300 million acre feet back to Washoe, or to the water, so that further expansion can be done in other parts of the county. And I've been through tours of the water treatment plant, and I tell you what, the water that comes out of that after it's gone through all the filtration, it smells better than Steamboat Creek, and it's cleaner. But I just want to make sure that this has been approved by the, are we going to be just saying, okay, try it and let's find out if the Nevada says okay to it, or has it been approved by Nevada that we can do this reclaimed water treatment?
Yeah, fortunately, let me drill down a little bit on those comments, and I agree with you 100%. The water quality that comes out of Washoe County's South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility is fantastically clean water, and it meets the state of Nevada NDEP requirements for Class A. That's the highest standard for non-potable water. We've been producing and providing this water in the South Truckee Meadows for almost 30 years. Our whole system in the South Truckee Meadows is predicated on our ability to treat and distribute that high-quality water for the benefit of parks, of schools, of golf courses, streetscape, et cetera. And as Faye Marie also accurately mentioned in her presentation, for construction water. So that's another use for this high-quality water. So we have a lot of experience putting this water on those very sensitive areas, schools where kids are out playing, golf courses where people are out recreating. This is an expansion of that opportunity so that we can utilize this water in that way, bringing benefit to the community under an approved approach and process that we've been doing for over 30 years. I quickly mentioned that we're also going through a very large expansion, and Commissioner Hill was fortunate enough to be on a tour, and I will also extend quickly, if anybody does want to come down and visit our new improvements to our South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, you can see firsthand what we're doing to further enhance the resiliency and the quality of our reclaimed water, because we're very committed to expanding the uses of that water and bringing it to places like this. We can do it now, but we're going to do it better.
Mark Newman, for the record, you really didn't answer my question. I've been through the tour. I went through the tour 3 months ago at the water treatment plant in East
Newman,
Sparks.
If I can just interrupt you for a second, I just want to remind, like, those are very, very valid questions, but the specific issue before us today is the easement on park property. That is the only thing that's under our purview.
Okay.
So very valid questions to, edify all of us on how the quality of the water is. But, I mean, they could be coming to us and saying that they're gonna paint the water tank pink, and I mean, frankly, that's not even under our purview. We have a very specific,
I was just wondering if the state
specific
okayed it.
question being asked of us. So I just want to kind of just redirect us to the issue at hand.
It's just, I hate to approve a motion and then have it come back and say the state says, nope, you gotta put that water back into the system. That's my only question is,
Commissioner Dake?
Commissioner Dake, I have a couple of questions. The routing you're showing on this pipeline, is there an existing connection point on that diagram? It showed their purple line coming down and stopping. Is there an existing connection point there that's driving this routing and this particular geometry for this proposal? And while he's bringing that up, the second question is, yeah, if you could bring up the diagram on that PowerPoint, please, Brandon. It
it
showed
would be
two.
graphic B.
Exhibit A, is that what you're?
Just don't like you behind me.
And while he's bringing that up, and it, it shows it on the, coming across the park and then down past, just on the south end of some existing lots, and towards the BLM property. So to me, that routing of the pipeline is kind of driving this. It's got to go up through Sunny Hills Rancho, and there's that exchange thing. Sunny Hills Rancho, I believe it was under that same name, had come to us before to this commission on access through the park to get to that land. And if I recall, it was a lot more than 4 lots. Follow-up on this would be concerned about, 4 lots, okay, there's 4 houses, they have big lots, that's kind of nice. But it opens the door to access these other parcels that are also Sunny Hills Rancho properties. Start putting 10 or 15 lots up along that hillside that are all coming through that little corner of the park and that neighborhood. I have questions about accessing through the park to do that. Is there a limit on there? Would it be restricted? So the 2 questions: one, is that an existing connection point for the pipeline that's driving that geometry? And 2, would there be some restriction on Sunny Hills to restrict further development?
Great questions. For the record, park planner, or Famory Picard, park planner for Washoe County. So just to touch on the access agreement in general to these parcels, this step is just to see if we can even provide access in exchange for this facilities easement for the water tank line. It's just the pipeline that would be going on to the west side of Rancho, or Sunny Hills Rancho's property. So right now, this is very preliminary. There has not been any vetting from rezoning, from planning at all, and this is going to be a step that is required. If we do any rezoning, or if Sunny Hills wants to do any rezoning in this area, it would require them to submit an application to Planning Division in September, as this would be a master plan amendment and an amendment to our code currently. So as is, this would be a large stepping stone in order to even get to what could be feasible within this application and still require review in future steps by the county. This right now, as the item is for, is just to see if we can get that access easement, provide efforts from Washoe staff in order to have that access easement, in order for them to give that pipeline facilities easement on their property.
Yep, okay, and I understand that. The Parks Department is gonna get an easement for a pipeline. We're gonna provide an easement to Sunny Hills for their access properties. Seems like a good trade. My concern is where that would go in the future, right? Does it open up 4 lots, or does it open up 40 lots to go down through that neighborhood in Hidden Valley? Not really our deal, but it does impact the decision-making process.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, no, great questions, Commissioner. The balance of that property is not buildable, so it would only be 4 lots. And when we come back before you again with a parkland easement proposal, we can certainly talk about how to limit that if required. You can see, this has been, first let me also thank Lindsay, Dwayne, Mr. Jones, Faye Marie, your staff has been wonderful. This has been complicated. Spent a lot of time on this over the last 12 or so months. But we started with, you can see that dotted white line, an easement to the county to connect your trail system. But astutely, we finally landed on with your staff that we actually would dedicate that parcel with the white line through it to the county. So the county would own it and own that trail system. You can see that provides a buffer to those 4 lots. It wouldn't be buildable anyway, but just to give you comfort, there's no way to go over that and up the hill. The access would be limited to just those 4 proposed lots if we accomplish all the steps that Faye Marie laid out to you.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem, thank you.
What is the current zoning of that parcel?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, I believe it's LDS. And so we would come, and it's kind of quirky, I don't have the zoning map, but a portion of the property is zoned a little differently, but we would be coming forward with an MDS zoning designation to accomplish those 4 lots. And what was pointed out a minute ago, kind of really big lots, right? 3 acres. So 4 parcels, about 3 acres each, we think fits into the character of that neighborhood.
Yeah, so essentially, that parcel is already zoned for large lot residential.
It is, but we would need to come for a zone change and a master plan amendment change to accomplish what you see up here, the 4 lots. We couldn't do that by right today, even if we had that access.
Okay.
So you're going from, right now, those 4 lots are, Mark Newman, for the record, those 4 lots are low density, and you want to change them to medium density to basically match the existing lots that are in that neighborhood that are there, which are probably half an acre lot, 1/3 of acre lots. You're talking about an extra, quite a bit of houses in there. I don't see a topographical map that shows the incline of the property itself.
And Commissioner, when we come back to you, again, today you're not approving these lots, the access easement, anything, just the agreement
Water tank and the trail.
the agreement to work together on getting these lots and this access to fruition. These 4 lots that are shown in blue here, we would still need to parcel them. It's just one big parcel right now, so we still have a mapping process as well to go through. So it's just conceptual that you see up there on the map.
Yeah, my understanding, Commissioner Joel, for the record, is that literally we're just advising staff to start the process, because the state Land and Water Conservation Fund might say, hey, that's deed restricted, we don't want to do that. But we don't even know that until we start the process
Yeah.
to advise staff to go talk to them. But they can't go talk to them until, like, we say, yeah, in concept, we approve this. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. What is your new title then, Assistant Director?
Director.
Director
Yes.
Crump?
Yes.
That's easy.
Right.
I like that one word.
There you go. For the record, Eric Crump with Washoe County's Community Services Department. Just to add some clarity to this kind of complicated situation, and I hopefully you can appreciate we've been working on this many, many months. So there's a few things going on here, but what you have in front of you is basically an agreement. So the utility wishes to provide effluent to a tank at Hidden Valley. In order to get that effluent to that tank, they need an easement from Sunny Hills, right? Sunny Hills says, hey, we'd really like access to our property so we can develop it, right? In return for that, we can potentially give you this trail easement as a benefit to the community. In order for that to occur, we need to get approval from both the LWCF and sign off on that deed restriction, as well as the BLM with the RMPP lease. So this agreement basically just, it provides Sunny Hills with some assurances that staff is going to do their due diligence with BLM and LWCF to see if this can even happen. This will come back later as a traditional parkland easement application, but it will allow the utility to get the access easements or the utility easements that they need to bring this pipeline in. It will put those in place, so it doesn't pause them on that project. And then if you approve of this, staff will continue to work through this with both BLM and the state for the LWCF and bring it back later. I do want to caution when we're talking about zoning, planning, we have a development code, we have a planning commission and a board of adjustments that administers all that, so I'm just kind of cautious about the lane that we're in as park commissioners, so.
Absolutely. I was just trying to clarify that because, like, I mean, I'm sure most of us are on the park commission because we love parks and open space, and there's a perception that just because it's undeveloped land that it's open space, and it's two entirely different things. And oftentimes, things get approved because they have a constitutional right to develop that property. And as representing the government as commissioners, sometimes we don't necessarily have the power to violate those rights, without essentially, facts and science. So I just, that's where I was going with that, just to confirm that essentially he has land that is, the government has deemed eligible to be developed, and obviously with some changes to do what they want with it, but he could develop that now. So that's kind of where I was going with that question. I do have one concern on the map that's shown. The detail, I don't know if you could bring that up, Brandon, it's page, these aren't numbered, but the detail that shows Pony Road and Mia Vista.
It's towards the end. It starts with Sunny Hills Rentos exchange request as the title.
I think that one.
Or within the staff report, it's graphic B.
That's one.
Thank you.
So, like right where the road crosses the corner of Hidden Valley Park, there is an existing trail that is utilized by many of the community groups that put on running and mountain bike races there to create roughly 5K loop. And on this map, it shows that trail just under the label that says, I can't read that, 38-foot access, 30-foot? And utility easement granted to Sunny Hills, 0.09 acres. So right under that label, it shows that trail, and then the black dashed line just ends. And so I just want to make sure that, if we do allow this easement and this access road, that we're not going to end up with any existing trails cut off that no longer connect as loops. That would be my only comment.
For the record, Famory Picard, Park Planner for Washoe County. So we did go out and do a site visit for park staff and for our trails coordinator to make sure we're trying to preserve the existing trails within that area. With the access easement area that you're discussing with that black dashed line that ends up not being shown on the map, there would be some kind of crossover or have to be some kind of crossover within that area for the access easement, which would essentially be a road in the future. I think that was just an oversight of not continuing those trails based off of what that alignment would be for the access itself for the road.
Yeah, as long as that can still loop back around and connect right at it comes out right at the gate at Mia Vista, and then it continues on for the loop to be made. So as long as that is maintained, that satisfies my concern. And I did, to answer Commissioner Newman's question about the trails in my presentation last week, I did pull up a topo for this property, and the trail easement as shown, because that was my initial concern was like, ooh, that looks really narrow. It more or less appears to follow the contour, so thank you for, I'm assuming that has been ground truthed at some level, and an easement was put in for a trail that will actually be sustainable, so thank you for that.
Correct, yes. We ended up having our park trails coordinator, myself, and then Joanne Loudon, our natural resource planning coordinator, meet Sunny Hills on site to make sure what's being proposed for future trail alignment actually meets reality of what we want and existing trail connections as well. So it has been ground truthed.
Cool, thank you.
Got one last question, Mark Newman, for the record. On the far right, as it sits, you can see the dotted line of the trail going up. But if you go back to the original one, big graphics A, that one, where it's showing the tank on the hill, and then it comes off as a triangle, and then cuts back over to the park. Actually, the park yes, and you can see the park, where the park is sitting in kind of the bottom left-hand corner. But the tank's gonna be sitting kind of like in the middle, and then it's gonna go up towards the north and then back south, correct? Is that, am I looking at that correctly?
Correct, that's the pipeline alignment,
Okay,
the map
but
blue.
then if you go back to the page that you had before, and you remember where that park is and where the pipeline is going right now, and where the tank is gonna be sitting. Now, that one. Do you see where the park is there? So actually, the trail that they're giving is completely south of the park, and the area that we're opening up to allow all of this to go in actually has nothing to do with the pipeline. The pipeline is completely north of the park. Am I reading that correctly when I look at these maps?
So the pipeline that's depicted in that blue and purple, and if you go to your graphic, I believe it's A in your.
Exhibit A.
Exhibit A in your staff report, the tank is north and it's in Hidden Valley Regional Park itself. It's
Yeah,
not
the-
associated with.
The tank is way, the picture that you have up there right now, the tank is actually further northeast of the park than the property that they want to be able to develop. I don't know, I'm looking at one thing and I'm seeing another on another.
Yes, so if I may, the water tank itself is within Hidden Valley Regional Park, but what you're seeing for the outline for that purple is just the pipeline itself. That's gonna be the connection from the water tank north within Hidden Valley Regional Park.
On the
down to-
exhibit A here, is it?
This is the trail easement.
Go back to exhibit A on, or graphic A, exhibit A, Washoe County Community Service Reclaim, yeah, that one. That purple line, is that where the pipeline is actually going to be going? What is that? Am I reading that correctly?
Correct. That-
Off of the tank, that's where the pipeline is actually going, and then it's
Yes.
gonna go to the west of the park and go into that neighborhood?
Correct. It would go down the Hidden Valley Regional Park. It would jot down then south, and then it would hug the west side of the Sunny Hills Rancho's parcel that ends in 11.
And so if you go to the bottom left-hand side, the line that goes across, and there's a couple little cutoffs in there, that is actually the Sunny Hills property.
Correct. Yes, that is Sunny Hills property.
And so if you go back to the Sunny Hills Rancho exchange request, doesn't have an, let's see, I don't see an exhibit on here. The page that we had back on there before. Remember where that park is? Yeah, that one. So the park, actually, they're just gonna have an access road up into their property with a trail. Okay, that's good enough, thank you.
Is there any other comments, or can we entertain the possible motion?
Commissioner Dake, I'd like to make a motion. Is there any more, you want any more discussion?
Commissioner Sean Hill, I just want to say
Motion as
that,
well.
really in favor of using waste, treated treated wastewater in this way. It's already been happening. Stonewharf is doing amazing things. This makes so much sense because it's adjacent to where Stonewharf is, right? So it makes too much sense, and I feel satisfied by what we've heard today about the exchange to move forward with the recommendation.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Dake. I move to recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve an easement exchange agreement with Sunny Hills LLC over Hidden Valley Regional Park Assessors Parcel 051-33001 to provide access to Sunny Hills Rancho Property Assessors Parcel 016-84011, 016-84012, 016-84013, and 016-84014 in exchange for a facilities easement to Washoe County that supports the construction of a water tank and associated infrastructure at Hidden Valley Regional Park for the storage and distribution of treated effluent water from the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, and direct staff to apply for an Nevada State Park LWCF land conversion and Bureau of Land Management revisionary interest application. What is that? Revisionary interest application for the proposed access parcel.
Thank you, Commissioner Dake. Is there a second to the motion?
Neil Jones, I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Is there any discussion or public comments on the motion? Hearing none. All those in-
I have no public comment in chambers nor hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you, Brennan. Hearing none, motion to approve signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
One nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 10, presentation, discussion, and possible recommendation to direct staff with the assistance of the District Attorney's Office to begin Stage 2 of the unsolicited proposal policy by completing all necessary documents, including a ground lease and development agreement for the unsolicited proposal from Wendy DeMonte, representing For Our Fans Foundation, a Nevada nonprofit corporation, and for a soccer stadium and indoor training facility at Washoe County South Valleys Regional Park.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Eric Crump with Washoe County's Community Services Department. Before I hand this over to Division Director Smith, just wanted to kind of frame this. I know for many of you, this is the first time you've likely seen a proposal that has been brought forward through what we consider it's our unsolicited proposal policy. This is a policy that was adopted by the board and actually amended, I think, most recently is 2016. This policy, kind of the impetus behind this policy, we were receiving requests from kind of the private sector to develop Washoe County land in various forms. And we really had no process in place to follow, to enter into these types of things. So this really allows us kind of it's our path, our roadway for what many consider a public-private venture. The best example of this is the Reno Ice facility that is located at South Valleys Regional Park. That facility was built and actually was the first one built following this procedure and this policy. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Division Director Smith. He'll present the item, and then we have representatives from the proposal to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Aaron Smith, Operations Division Director, Washoe County Community Services Department. So real quick introduction. So I'm proud to be here. I really love this community. It was where I was born, where I'm raising my family, where I'm dedicated to public service. So I take a lot of pride in the infrastructure we have at Washoe County and our parks and open space, as well as the services we provide. So I'm looking forward to completing all the work that we have to do together. So on this agenda item, what we have for you today is for a possible recommendation to advance to Stage 2 of that policy, where we would do a full evaluation of the unsolicited proposal. The proposal is from Wendy Damani, representing For Our Fans Foundation, for a soccer stadium at Washoe County's South Valleys Regional Park. Like Eric said, we have a presentation for you on the details of what that would look like. And as Eric mentioned, we're following the unsolicited proposal policy process. There's a lot of P's. And so at this time, Washoe County staff has conducted a preliminary assessment against the guiding principles laid out in that process. We've identified 2 contingencies that would need to be overcome. Those 2 are a land gift deed restriction, requiring the use to be for public purposes forever, and the second being a land and water conservation fund deed restriction, restricting park to outdoor recreation. Those hurdles can be overcome if we decide to move forward. But like I said, the proponents of the proposal are here today to give you a presentation, Wendy Damani and Bob Enzenberg, and we will be here for questions afterwards. So right now I'll throw it to Bob if he's online, if you could unmute him.
Let me get him on.
Thank you.
Bob, go ahead and unmute and state your name, first and last for the record, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. For the record, Bob Enzenberger, Board Chair of For Our Fans Foundation. Commissioners, thank you for allowing us to present to you today. We are here this afternoon to discuss a proposal that will assist Washoe County in moving towards completing its master plan for South Valleys Regional Park. The master plan, originally created over 30 years ago, was updated in the year 2000 to specifically include soccer fields. Then in 2015, studies conducted by the county revealed overwhelming support from the community for 2 specific desires to enhance the park: an indoor recreation facility and additional multi-use fields. As you've been told by the county already, Reno ICE, through a process very similar to the unsolicited proposal submitted by Wendy DeMonte for this stadium project, has satisfied the public's desire for an indoor recreation facility, which has proven to be very successful. The current stadium proposal will not only complete the public's wishes for the needed multi-use fields at the park, but it will also do so in a way that benefits the entire community. What we are proposing is the construction of a soccer-specific stadium, which will become the home for Reno USL professional soccer teams, both men's and women's, for decades to come. For Our Fans Foundation, which has been granted 501c3 charitable status by the IRS, was created to enter into agreements with Washoe County to build a stadium, a training center, and parking facilities at South Valleys. Near the stadium, additional multi-use fields are planned. This is an approximate $40 million project, which quite frankly cannot be undertaken by Washoe County alone due to budgetary constraints. Sadly, although open spaces, parks, and recreation are a priority for the county, available resources seem to be allocated elsewhere, and rightfully so. This is why Washoe County is willing to work with the private sector to partner with it on unique proposals to accomplish its goals. What we envision is not just a stadium for professional soccer, but facilities that can become a home for youth soccer academies and tournaments, even lacrosse tournaments, graduations, amongst other community events. The mission of For Our Fans Foundation is to create a facility and programming to make professional and amateur sports more accessible to people of all diversities and social strata, to provide an opportunity for young people in particular to participate in sports in a safe environment, promote healthy activities, develop self-esteem, discipline, respect, confidence, and a solid work ethic. For families that can't afford youth soccer camps and similar activities, there will be registration charges. But our goal is to never turn a child away due to an inability to pay. This leads us to funding. The project is aggressive, both in amount and time. To pay for it, a professional sports presence is needed to guarantee revenues sufficient to operate and maintain the facilities. You'll note in your staff report, the Washoe County Budget Office has indicated there is no fiscal impact to the county under this proposal. The lease and development agreement to be entered into between For Our Fans Foundation and Washoe County would obligate For Our Fans Foundation to pay for and maintain all facilities except for parking, which will probably become a shared responsibility given the fact that all park goers will be using the added parking at South Valleys. To meet its obligations, For Our Fans Foundation will hire the Reno USL soccer team's entity to operate and maintain the stadium and contribute to our nonprofit arm. Wendy DeMonte is and has been gathering donors and investors to fund this proposal to make it work. If appropriate at this time, I would like to suggest to the county to invite Wendy to speak at this point, after which both of us will be available to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Would you guys like to hear from Wendy? Please.
Sure. Yes.
Come on out.
I would love for you to hear from Wendy. And do you want me to flip through? I know you've received this slide deck, so do you want me to go through it again, or do you want me to just speak beyond that?
If you can explain
Your
what
choice,
some of
you
those
bet.
graphs are and stuff, I think that would be very helpful.
Absolutely. For the record, Wendy DeMonte, thank you to everybody for your time today and your interest in this project. Particularly thank you to your staff. You have an amazing staff, Dave, Eric, Colleen, Aaron, Lindsay. Lots of hours have been spent on this, and so we want to do the county proud, and I think we will. This particular slide is USL. So what I'm doing is bringing USL, United Soccer League, to Reno. It is a professional soccer league. It is a thriving soccer league, and it's a very impressive soccer league and very dedicated to our region. So what you can see is where it is currently across North America, 200 communities, 42 states. And I can tell you representatives from USL have been out here to meet with me over the last year at least 5, 6, 7 times. You can see it's heavily all the dots appear to be more on the East Coast, and then you can see it moving west. They are now hyper-focused on the West. They want soccer out here. We've already expanded beyond what this map is showing. Spokane is now the newest city to come on board, and they want Reno. We just cannot miss out on this opportunity, so we're going to make it happen. The growth of soccer. A lot of us grew up watching hockey, football, basketball. That was kind of the sport maybe of our generation, but the younger demographic watches soccer. In soccer, the teams, the leagues, that is where a lot of the valuations, you're seeing huge increases over the traditional 3. Take a look at this slide. I put it in here just in case you'd never been to a soccer stadium before. These are USL soccer stadiums across the country. They are impressive, they are exciting, they are small, particularly in the USL League One, which is the level that we will be bringing to Reno, about 5,500 seats. So it's intimate, it's fun, it's exciting. You're not lost in a sea of empty seats. So this is what USL looks like around the country, and this is what we
we will look like here. We have to do this on a scale that's impressive and that fits on this particular slide, and that's what we plan to do. Super fun, influential ownership. I mean, who doesn't love to see some famous faces that you recognize? They are looking at professional sports and particularly soccer, and they are joined in on the ownership team. So we have some local folks that I will be going after. If anyone knows local famous people or just famous in general, please send them my way. We'd love to have them on our ownership team as well. The capital raise, the stadium anywhere between 35, 40 million. If we're gonna go big, I think 40 million. To purchase the teams is 9 million. So I keep telling myself, when do you have to raise $50 million? So that's kind of my goal, probably between 40 and 50. And then the economic aspect of this. USL has now signed deals with CBS, with ESPN, with ESPN+. So it's an economic driver. We will be highlighted on national, international platforms. So, you know, I've talked to literally every organization around here, the RSCVA, EDON, they are incredibly excited to be able to sell a stadium, to host events that, again, will be on national TV. Why Northern Nevada? Well, first of all, we all live here. I live here. My family has been here 120 years. We care about Northern Nevada. Northern Nevada loves soccer. We had the team before, 1868. That closed for reasons not because it wasn't successful. I think that we can do this and make it a better experience than that, because we're not playing in a baseball stadium. We'll be playing in a soccer-specific stadium. And quite honestly, this community deserves something new. I really got involved because I'm mad. We all turn on TV at night, we watch the news, and time again, we see these incredible opportunities that are happening down in Las Vegas. I'm not mad at Vegas, I am in awe of Vegas, but they are doing multi-billion-dollar stadiums. They're bringing huge sporting events to their community. And I thought, why aren't we doing that up here? We know sports is an economic driver. We know that. We know it's a community builder. We know that. Why aren't we doing it? So I thought, well, Wendy, what are you doing? And I thought, okay, well, I guess I'll do something. I'm gonna give it my best shot, and I'm gonna keep going until I can't. And so far, I haven't not had to stop. So, you know what I mean. I'm keep going. And it's gonna add jobs, it's gonna add fun jobs. The teams that play here will be teams local. They're not going to move up. They're not going to try and, I mean, yes, we'll have hopefully a couple that are stars and, you know, maybe they go to Europe or they go to Major League Soccer, but the folks that play for us are going to stay with us. Again, it's for the community. This is a soccer stadium, it's a soccer team, it's a soccer focus, but this entire thing is for the community. We are not gonna shut down that stadium and only allow people in it 17 times a year for home games. We wanna have, again, RSCVA, now they can bring in major tournaments. If you don't know, soccer is the largest playing field. So now we can have lacrosse, we can have rugby, we can have football. For those who don't know, high school football. Every other year, we play in the South and in the North for the state championships at the high school level. So when the kids go to Las Vegas, they play in Allegiant Stadium. I mean, they get to play in the Raiders Stadium. When they come to the North, they play at DeMonte Ranch High School. When my son was a senior, he played at Carson High School. We have got to do better as a community. I mean, I just feel like we're so lopsided. So again, I can't emphasize enough how much I feel that this is truly for the community. We have an incredible team. Bob, who you heard from, is a nationally recognized attorney. John Doyle, this guy is incredible. He's moving to Reno to work with us on this project. He played internationally, played for the Earthquakes, was the GM of the Earthquakes, helped build the stadium with the Earthquakes. I mean, his resume is just made for this, and so we are beyond thrilled to bring him to the community. And lots of other folks are involved as well. I mean, Annie Burns, who's an Emmy Award-winning director with ESPN, and it goes on and on. It's not just, you know, Wendy saying, I think this is a neat idea and you should believe in me. You are believing in an incredible team that is ready to go. Thank you for your time. I'll stop talking now because, again, I could just keep going.
Thank you, Ms. Damani. Chair Joel, I have a question. I don't see a map in here of like the master plan for South Valleys Regional Park. And I have seen that before, and I recall that there were some facilities, but there was also an awful lot of flat fields for youth sports. Would this affect some of the potential for those flat fields to be developed in the future? Because I know there are some current grant applications out seeking funding for that.
Yeah, for the record, Aaron Smith. So though, I don't know if you want us to pull those up to answer those questions now, but this is the opportunity to put those conditions and those questions out so that we can move forward with that. Do you want to say something on that?
Yeah, I would just add, for the record, Eric Crump, Washoe County's Community Services Department. So the very first place staff took a look at was the South Valleys Regional Park Master Plan. And so about half of that park is still undeveloped, primarily because of a roughly 20-acre parcel that was received from Dr. Duraskar several years ago. So the build out of that park is identified in the master plan, and with that, it has an indoor facility, it has baseball fields, and then it has a bunch of flat fields. So the concept here is this would be built in the area of those flat fields. So we talked about a stadium and some practice facilities. So this would basically lie in that footprint. It wouldn't take all of them, so there would still be kind of the traditional flat fields that would be outside of the stadium, additional flat fields that will be available to our partners, all of our youth sports. And I think it's important to note that we have met with them, both Bob and Wendy we brought in all of the stakeholders for South Valleys Regional Park, basically all of our permit holders. So that's Washoe Little League and Great Basin Youth Soccer and our lacrosse, trying to, kind of get their sense and involve them early on. And, we haven't heard a no yet. So that's kind of why we're here.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, that this is going where the future flat fields were going to be on the master plan? So there is a potential loss of flat field space that's already in high demand?
I wouldn't characterize it as a potential loss. This will be a flat field, and like Wendy said, the professional soccer team has 17 home games a year. So outside of that, there will be an opportunity to host tournaments for community events and that type of thing. In terms of traditional flat fields that we permit to our leagues, there could be a loss there, absolutely. There will be additional fields. We're not taking all of them away. We don't know exactly how this pencils out. We're still in the kind of conceptual phase, but it is consistent with the master plan in the sense that soccer is where soccer is, if that makes sense.
So how many fields are proposed as part of this project besides the stadium?
There'll be one inside the stadium, and then that leaves room for those additional that were identified in the master plan. And I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. I think there were, again, master plans are conceptual, so once we work through drainage issues and infrastructure and all that kind of thing, I believe there was 4 flat fields identified. There will still be room for a couple.
Okay, and I thought I heard that there was also a practice field? But there's only one field in the stadium?
For the record, Wendy Damani, there's just one field in the stadium. It'll serve as the practice field for the professional teams.
Okay, so not a separate practice field?
No.
Okay. And I guess just, as you guys know in parks, there is, huge demand for flat fields. There was a study shown to us recently about what we should have per 10,000 or 100,000, whatever it was in population, and what we actually have, and there was a significant difference in that. Have you guys pursued? So my concern is allowing, essentially I realize it's a nonprofit, but the NFL is also a nonprofit. So allowing a business operation to take over an area that was specified to be additional flat fields to help meet some of that demand. Have you guys looked at private property to acquire and put this in, similar to is it the Sports Dome that was recently built in South Reno, the Swift?
There's the Sports Dome. Swift Institute just built the Sports Dome.
Amazing facility. Have you guys pursued doing something along those lines?
We have talked to the City of Reno, City of Sparks, of course, Washoe County, and there is so limited land in Washoe County in general that there simply isn't enough open space, whether private land or land through the county or the city. I mean, right now, Sparks is, jumping up and down and saying we have no more land. We thought, oh my gosh, they want to, try and do some stuff along the river, so they were our first stop, and we thought, oh great, let's, build this entire thing around the river. It'd be a fantastic location, and it's just not possible.
Okay.
Mark Newman for the record. Are you going to be using any of the property that already has existing fields on it, or is this undeveloped that are for future fields?
For the record, Aaron Smith, Operations Division Director. So right now, the land that's being proposed is undeveloped. We do have it slated in the master plan, like Eric said, about that it's set for flat fields, and then this proposal would be in the northeast corner of that property currently undeveloped.
Are you going to be adding any more flat fields around it?
There would be opportunities to add additional flat fields around that. This proposal doesn't occupy all of that space that's in that area that's currently designated for flat fields in that master plan. So the answer is that we could have this and additional flat fields, yes.
And would that be, the indoor stadium, if it goes through, would that be allowed, as Wendy said, for the Northern Nevada football, but you also have what, like AYSO championship? I refereed with AYSO for 9 years and did UNR games, and they have some big games when they're not able to play outside. Would they be allowed to use a facility? And I see you're shaking your head. How many actual other youth groups will be able to use this stadium for big playoff games? Just giving them a chance. And
Right,
to high
we would-
schools and.
Oh, absolutely. We would welcome as many as we could schedule. It'll just, we want this stadium literally to be a gem of the entire community and utilized all the time. I've spoken with the university. They're extremely excited about it. We've talked to GBYSL, High Sierra Lacrosse. They're all extremely excited about it.
Right on. Thank you.
Chair Joel, use at a charge or use complimentary?
It'll be use at a charge. I mean, at an affordable charge, but they're already being charged now. So it'll be getting those. We have to keep this thing sustainable,
Right.
and so we can't give the space away. But let's get through a couple years and see how we do, and then can we drop prices? Can we make it? It'll be affordable.
Tell me there's no charge parking.
Yeah, I mean, just,
Does that exist anymore?
The Aces Stadium, was more or less given city property when that came in, and, promises of community events. And I sure haven't seen too many Little League games there. I believe there's like 1 or 2 UNR games there. But it's, events besides the pro team seem to be few and far between. I don't know if that's because it's just not offered, or if because the charge that it is offered at is beyond the reach of most Little League teams or other league sports. What do they call them? The traveling teams, the pay-to-play teams,
Yeah.
or the more,
Club.
yeah.
No coach.
So that's just like my concern is, if we're taking away potential for public access flat fields that are rented at a very reasonable rate. I don't recall what it was in the fee schedule, but very reasonable. For use by the community. If we're taking away that option for, something like this that seems to be focused on the pro aspect of it, and like telling them that they can use it, but there's a fee that's probably going to be a lot more than a normal flat field, is that really the best use of parkland? I mean, I think it's a great idea. I think it'd be fantastic to have it in a community, but I feel our decision is whether it should happen on park property is what's before us.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Crump. I was able to bring up the master plan. So conceptually, right now, there's 3 flat fields, additional flat fields in the northern section of the park, and one of those, basically the footprint of one and some of the other things that are going on around there have been identified for this project. You bring up some very valid points, and it's a question we all have to ask ourselves. Right now, a master plan is just that. It's future development pending funding, and that's the challenge we always have. I can tell you right now, there is no funding identified. We were able to get some ARPA money. We recently just awarded a contract with Dow Engineering for the design of this park. So in terms of timing, the timing is right. If we do something like this, we're early enough in the stage that we can pivot and incorporate this into the design of the park. But you know, we have to ask ourselves, is it enough benefit to the community to provide something like this, or do we hold out in hopes that we have money in the future to build these 3 parks? We have quite a few regional parks, of which I think actually North Valley still has another phase. So none of them have been built out, and funding always, is a challenge. So that's a question for you as a park commission.
Commissioner Sean Hill, for the record. Eric, am I hearing then that this stadium would take the place of 1 flat field of 3?
Again, conceptually. So we're in design, we're in very initial design. There's a huge drainage composite, basically a branch of Whites Creek runs through this. It's a FEMA floodplain. There's some challenges with that. So right now, conceptually, there are 3 rectangles, if you will, on the park itself. How that shakes out when we go through design and start looking at drainage infrastructure and ingress and egress infrastructure, that kind of thing, those can all change. But right now, as it sits, yes, we would have a net loss of one flat field.
And since it's conceptually in a master plan, am I also hearing that there still needs to be funding identified to build out either those 2 or those 3 fields?
That is correct. So we were able to get ARPA money for design and partial construction. So the design will cover the cost of the entire design of the park. And then it's going to fund kind of a part of the first phase. And the first phase is focused on 3 basically Little League fields. And so that'll be the first phase. So kind of the next phase of this park, there's no funding identified. There's certainly people that are, interested in that type of thing, but it's big dollars. The kind of the initial cost for full build out of this park without the stadium was, just shy of $10 million. And we've got like 2.5 identified.
Neil Jones, for the record, has there been a look at the transportation corridors? If we're looking at 5,000 fans coming in and out, do we have enough capacity now, or are we going to have to build out roads, intersections, all that kind of thing?
Yeah, so that'll all come out in the design. So we likely anticipate an additional entrance that's going to be required off of South Virginia Street. The beauty of that is South Virginia Street is very wide. The right-of-way is very wide there. We can have, we have some options there. We're not dealing with a very small right-of-way. So we anticipate that being a new ingress and egress, which will benefit the entire park.
Thank you.
Michelangelo Aranda, for the record. 2 quick things and then my questions. First, I'm starstruck because I'm a little fan. Second is, of course, a huge advocate of sports, and my family utilizes that park excessively. The other thing is I am running for city council and I've canvassed that area, and the major concerns of a lot of those residents in that area is the traffic and the development that's happening there. The ice rink created a surge of people coming there to go to that ice rink. My son has taken lessons there, and I have many a times parked in the mud. And so the concern that I have, and I think I'll share with a lot of the community that's over there, is how that road wedge right now, and I know Director Crump just talked about the egress out to Virginia Street, which would be awesome, but its concern is still Wedge Parkway and how that will support on a great, amazing sellout 5,500 people, and how that's going to work if there's not going to be infrastructural planning beforehand.
Great question. For the record, Eric Crump, that really all shakes out in the design, that this project moving forward will be permitted by the City of Reno. South Valley's Regional Park is within the City of Reno. Our design team through Dow has engaged with them. So that kind of all gets shaken out based on the the proposed use of the park. So we anticipate full well that it's going to trigger another access easement off of North Virginia. It was identified on the master plan. Dow anticipates that, so that's the direction we're going. We understand that at full build-out, Wedge Parkway can't, it doesn't have the capacity to do that.
Have we did any type of community engagement with those areas that are there? Have the residents been asked or even told that there's a potential planning of a soccer stadium?
No, that would be a requirement of the permitting, but I will say there was a heavy public engagement process as we updated the master plan, which showed kind of full build out. I mean, if you look at the master plan, there's a dog park and there's 4 additional baseball fields and 3 additional flat fields. I mean, it's a robust park, and there was a robust kind of engagement there for sure.
Commissioner Joel here. Have you approached the airport authority about maybe some of the old golf course land that sits on their property? It's kind of just open space now? Just in my mind, that would be like a much more central location, to the transportation infrastructure that already exists, as well as businesses to, get patrons before and after the games.
They took down all the houses on Peckham Lane.
Yeah, like where the area along Airway. It's all
down South Huffaker area.
well, you wouldn't necessarily want it under the flight path, but Airway is off to the side.
Airway, yeah.
For the record, Eric Crump, I can't speak specifically to that. I know there's a large buffer around the airport, and they do not like development within that buffer. So that's certainly a challenge. I will say, kind of giving kudos to Wendy and Bob, they met with me many months ago, and we kind of poured through maps, and I said, hey, there's going to be some challenges with South Valleys. And so we identified some private parcels, and they went out and did their due diligence, and we kind of joke within Washoe County, and I think you see these, and this was kind of the impetus behind the unsolicited proposal, is all the easy projects within Washoe County and the city of Reno, City Sparks, are done. So, those lots and the easy development is done, and everything we're left with is going to be complicated, so.
Truer words have never been spoken. Right. Is there any other questions or comments?
I have.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Rhodey. I was curious, how is revenue generated for that? Are tickets sold, and who gets the money?
Wendy Damani. Yes, tickets will be sold, sponsorships will be there. The money will go into operating the team and paying for the stadium. So when you're looking at $50 million, that's a big chunk to chew on. And so the money will be generated to keep it going and keep it around for the community to have, hopefully, for decades. This is not an inexpensive endeavor.
So there wouldn't be any revenue that would come back to the Reno parks or Washoe County parks?
Oh, sorry, absolutely. So our 501c3 for our fans, that is put together so that the team will drive revenue into the For Our Fans 501c3, which will help kids play in our academies at no charge for those who need assistance. And the opportunities with that are endless. I mean, we are talking, my mind always goes, because I've worked with almost every nonprofit in this community through various positions that I have held. And I truly believe in finding a great fit and having 1 or 2 nonprofits kind of be our partner. And then a lot of the revenue would go into that. I mean, maybe it's mental health, maybe it's, cardiovascular disease, maybe it's diabetes, but there are plenty of opportunities. And I don't know if you know me at all, Commissioner, but I have donated countless hours, years probably, of my own personal time giving back to this community at the nonprofit level. I have served on almost every nonprofit board and emceed nearly every event that has been in this town. And that is because I believe in that. That is because that is a part of who I am. So with this endeavor, there is zero chance I'm going to suddenly not be philanthropic. It just won't happen.
Well, one question I was mulling over is, as you probably know, the parks are operating always on a short budget, always.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering if any of the money generated could go back into the parks fund for
We
the
are-
park use.
Sure, we are willing to look at everything to make this community a better place to live.
Okay, that's wonderful, and that satisfies me.
Thank you. I would like to add one other comment. So the original donors of the land to the county were the Droskar family. And sadly, both of the brothers who actually donated the land have passed. But I did find their heirs. And so when we talk about, oh my gosh, is this what we should be doing with parks in our community? I can tell you both heirs from both brothers are extremely excited about this. They give it their 100% support. So I just wanted you to know that the original donors of the land fully support this.
And we'd also need to get, oh, go ahead, I'll look this up.
Mark Newman,
Oh, stay up here.
Mark Newman for the record, Histamani. You say you donated a lot of time. I've never seen you up at Sky Tavern. I've been doing that for over almost 25 years now.
Oh my gosh, I am well versed on Sky Tavern. I used to coach there.
Did you?
Oh, absolutely. When my kids went through the
I
program.
never remember seeing you up.
Yep.
My big question is, as the chair brought up, like the Aces baseball field,
Yeah.
because it hardly gets used, is because the amount of money that they charge if somebody wants to use the field for any special event. Is that going to be the same thing with this soccer field, to where nobody can really afford to use it?
Absolutely not. I feel like the difference, and hey, if I had a very wealthy person who didn't live in our community build the stadium, maybe the situation would be different. But this is being built by locals. Like, people on my team have grandkids that are going to want to play in this stadium. My kids are going to have kids in this community someday, hopefully, if they come back, that are going to want to play in this stadium. It's just different because we're doing it with locals. We are from here. We live here. We care about this community.
Sean Hill, Wendy, will the owner be For Our Fans Foundation? Is that who's going to own the stadium? Who's going to own the stadium?
The county's going to own the stadium.
County's going to own the stadium.
You want to speak to that?
So, Commissioner Joel, so if For Our Fans goes into bankruptcy or whatever it would be called for a nonprofit dissolution, the stadium reverts to the county?
For the record, Aaron Smith, Operations Division Director. So the proposed structure of this is that we would give a ground lease to For Our Fans, and they would develop the land. And through development, there'd be requirements or an agreement for an ownership and like essentially running the facility after that. If For Our Fans, something happens to them, it would revert back to Washoe County.
20 years.
Excuse me?
I thought I read, Mark Newman for the record, I thought I saw a 20-year lease.
Yeah, so in your packet, you should have a draft lease agreement to give an idea of what the structure could look like. And I believe Reno Ice is on a 20-year.
20 years.
What happens at the end of the 20 years? Is it just up for renewal again?
Renew.
Or does it revert to somebody, one party or the other?
So renew.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see in here that there's
Term
also
2.
a deed restriction from LWCF for outdoor recreation.
Correct.
And it just kind of puts it on the, FOF will be required to resolve any conflicting use with the grantors. I don't see much else on that. So is that something that concerns staff, or, I mean, this was apparently land that was purchased under LWCF at one time in the past? No. So how did that restriction get on it?
Yeah, I'll speak to it, and then I'll throw it to Eric if I get into in over my head. So my understanding is that we took grant funding from that organization to do improvements to our parks. And as part of that, we gave them back a deed restriction so that the deed restriction is for outdoor recreation facilities only. The barrier for that is to find another property and deed restricted that for outdoor recreation use only as a land swap. And I mean, you hit on one of our probably biggest hurdles in doing this deal is overcoming that. But so essentially there'd have to be some private property found of same like kind and then swapped for this to do this project.
And that would be the responsibility of FOF. Is that okay to call it? Is that the acronym?
Whatever, yeah.
Okay. So that would be their responsibility to satisfy the LWCF requirements is to basically
It would be
find some open space and deed restrict it as open space so that we would have a net gain of open space?
It would be a deed, yeah, it would be a contingency of that ground lease. Do you want to say more?
And Lindsay Liddell, for the record, just to clarify, because I drafted the lease, that's just a proposal. This item is to get direction on whether to move forward with finalizing those documents that would then come back to the commission. So I'm hearing different things to maybe incorporate in the final versions that come before you guys, such as the rent in that draft says $1 a year, but Commissioner Rohde mentioned maybe having some rent tied to percentage of revenue or something like that. So if you all have any suggestions, I wouldn't recommend including that in your vote, but voicing that at this time would be appropriate.
Mark Newman for the record. Most of that is mentioned under term 2, term point 2.1, 2.2, 3, 4, the rent. Kind of pretty much all clear. It's too bad we didn't get this about a week ago, so we really could look through it instead of half an hour before the meeting starts. Any other questions from anybody?
If I may, I just wanted to clarify the LWCF deed restrictions. So those are placed based on when we get grant funding from that federal program through the state. The requirements for that grant refer to outdoor recreation. This is an outdoor stadium, it's not an indoor stadium, so we're not even sure that this wouldn't be in compliance with that deed restriction. So that's kind of the first kind of due diligence with LWCF if we choose to go down that path. In terms of finding other land, potentially purchasing other land, deed restriction or whatever, you know, that staff doesn't have the bandwidth to do that. That would certainly be a responsibility in cooperation and support with the county, but that'd be a requirement of them, and they know that up front. This conversation for us is really good. The agreement that you see in front of you is completely draft. It's kind of the template that we used for Reno ICE. And this is where we hear from you those types of things that you want either in the land lease or what will ultimately be a development and operating agreement. But you know, if we decide to move forward, what they need is they need to show the folks who are going to invest in this that the county is dedicated to this. They have assurances that they have this lease so they can go raise the capital that they need to bring this forward. So that's kind of where we are. You will see additional things. This process takes some time. I will say I think it's important to note the Reno ICE facility was built with zero tax dollars. Certainly was on parkland, and it is operated with zero tax dollars. But I think we can all agree it provides a great community facility. So those are the types of public-private partnerships that we're looking for in these days of dwindling budgets. So,
One last question, Mark Newman for the record. So the land, looking at what I saw on the laptop, it looks like it's pretty kind of hard to really to develop and do anything with as it is now. Kind of the terrain, the way it's set up.
oh, it's very, very flat. It's very flat. It has some drainage issues. Like I said, there is an arm of Whites Creek that runs kind of on the northern border that will need to be channelized and controlled. It's in a FEMA floodplain, so there's some restrictions as to how it can be developed. So those are all things that we need to work through.
And that'll all be taken care of by the development in this project to make everything up to date?
That's why we entered into a $800,000 agreement with Dow Engineering.
Okay, thank you.
Michelangelo Aranda for the record. Two quick things. Looking over the lease agreement, it kind of contradicts what was just said, so I want to bring to point item 7, title to the project and the property. FOFF shall own the soccer stadium and training facility, except for the interest that is a subject of this ground lease. FOFF shall have no title or interest in the property. FOFF states that its title to the soccer stadium and training facility buildings shall be subject to this ground lease's term. Washoe County shall own the parking facility. Did I understand that correctly?
That is how the lease was drafted, but it sounds like there may be some different terms that go into the final based on what we heard today.
Okay.
On the 50/50 on the parking facility?
Well, then that was the second item. I would love or recommend that as part of the lease agreement that we enter into, that we go beyond the minimum for parking, so that we have more than ample enough parking so that that area doesn't have to always walk in the mud.
Is there currently, Commissioner Jewell, for the record, is there currently bus service to South Valley Regional Park?
For the record, I'm not intimately familiar with the bus. There is no bus service on Wedge Parkway. There is bus service on South Valley's, South Virginia. And there's actually a bus stop kind of just south of the park near the Summit Mall. So if that new entrance were to be built, there's a bus entrance, there's a bus right there.
I mean, while I look this up, I have a question. Is there a property tax benefit to doing this on park property? Like if you did this completely as a private building, there would be pretty significant property taxes, I would presume, on a building of this size. How does that work when it sits on park property?
For the record, Eric Crump, I'm not sure if Bob Ensenberger is still on. He might be best. I honestly don't know the answer to that question, but we can certainly get you that information, bring it back. We have some experience with Reno Ice.
So I am here, if you can hear me. I don't know if I'm muted.
We got you.
We can hear you, Bob.
Okay, the way that the proposed structure is set up is For Our Fans Foundation will simply be leasing the property from the county. So as I understand the law, and I could be wrong, maybe Lindsay can help us out, there would be no property tax detriment to For Our Fans Foundation. But the other side of that coin is we're investing $40 million into park property, and to enhance the property itself, and that's where we think the benefit to the community is. So I do not believe that we would be required to pay property taxes on this stadium.
Lindsay Liddell, for the record, I also do not know off the top of my head, but could help Director Crump provide you that information.
Mark Newman, for the record, number 3 says the FOFF agrees to pay Washoe County $1 per year for the property during the grounds lease term. Washoe County states that it has received from the FOF an advance payment of $20 for rent during the grounds lease initial term. So we're leasing it to them for $20 for 20 years.
For the record, Aaron Smith, Division Director of Operations. That is true. As a trade, they are building a $40 million facility and providing an additional service to the community. That's the public partnership piece of it. We're just like we're not in the business of running an ice rink or providing a place for the Reno Ice Raiders to play. This would be the same for a soccer stadium, but you're correct.
Okay, one last question then for you, just as well as any of the other recreational facilities that we have built here in Washoe County, is our biggest problem with upkeep. literally just maintaining the building. If they decide to back out, Washoe County is stuck with the $40 million building that they're gonna also have to pay to upkeep on. Am I correct on that?
That would be correct. Eric, do you want to say more?
For the record, Eric Crump. So generally, you're correct, but what we would incorporate in the development agreement, which we did similar to Reno Ice, is we put some financial assurances where the burden of the operation and maintenance of that facility doesn't fall on the taxpayers. So this stadium is interesting in the sense that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wendy, but it's a modular stadium, so it looks permanent, but it could be removed, it could be sold, it's valuable, it has some value. So I'm less concerned with that. I can see us maintaining a flat field and figuring out what to do with the stadium than trying to operate an ice arena. But there are some financial assurances. There's performance bonding. There's capital. They can't put any liens on the building. So, there are some financial assurances that the burden doesn't fall on the taxpayer if things go south. And those are incorporated in the terms of the development and maintenance agreement.
Commissioner
A lot of
Joel, so
terms.
modular, I mean, that kind of almost concerns me more than it being a permanent stadium. So, like, A, I hope it doesn't look like a modular. And B, what would, I mean, we see sports teams moving cities all the time at the professional level where there's, probably billions of dollars involved. At this much smaller level, what's to say that in 15 years when attendance is on the decline potentially and the USL says, we see a bigger market in Pahrump, I don't know. And they pack up the modular station and move it down there. Like what would prevent that?
No. First off, Mackey Stadium is modular.
Okay.
So just to give you a visual.
Okay.
That is a modular
Thank you.
stadium.
Thank you for that
Yeah,
clarification.
you're welcome. Secondly, we own the franchise. So USL can't just say, Reno, you're out. We're done with you. We're moving to Pahrump. They can't do that. We are, again, I don't mean to be a broken record, but we are local. We have been here 120 years. We're not going anywhere. And I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life to this. So it's not like I'm going to give it a shot. Doesn't work, sorry county, thanks for the votes. It's just not that type of a project. I want my kids to have this someday.
Okay, and then I have another question for Director Crump, or perhaps, and what is your new title?
Director.
Division Director of Operations Smith. I might cut that down occasionally. What is the timeline here? So I understand, like on our motion, basically, we're just directing staff to kind of begin stage 2 of the unsolicited proposal policy. So just basically directing staff to continue working on this. So where does it go from here? And I guess my biggest concern is at what point do we have like public input on this, from the neighbors? I mean, no one's here because they don't frankly pay attention to what Parks Commission does. So at what point does this go in front of the county commission or the city council, because the surrounding homes, I think in that area, some are city, to address concerns about the potential loss of, one of the potential future flat fields, the parking issues, channelizing Whites Creek and potential flooding issues. I mean, I see so many potential community concerns about this that I don't feel prepared enough with enough information to vote on this today. But at the same time, I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, this is kind of just directing staff to keep looking at this. So can you outline the process for me?
Yeah, so thank you. For the record, Eric Crump, Washoe County Community Services. Lots of questions there. So in terms of process, right now, you're basically giving the red light, maybe the yellow light, perhaps the green light, to move forward and continue negotiations. And negotiations would be finalizing this land lease with a lot of the input you provided. We typically will marry that with a development agreement, so it's a land lease agreement and a development agreement. I'm mirroring the process that we did with Reno Ice. So there'll be another ability here to see those things, Those ultimately get approved by the Board of County Commissioners. In terms of the public input process, typically that happens as part of the development and permitting process. This will almost guarantee this will likely trigger a special use permit with the City of Reno, which will require it go to City of Reno Planning. It will require a public input meeting at their NAB, I believe is how they're doing them now. So that's when kind of the public gets involved. If there's a desire from this park commission to engage the public earlier on in that process, again, they've already seen the master plan. They've kind of engaged in that process. This is consistent with the master plan, but there's certainly some elements that are outside of what was originally contemplated. We can do that. So that's what we're here to listen and incorporate those things on what's to come. But ultimately, we would enter into a land lease, which allows them the opportunity to show their potential donors, hey, I've got commitment from the county, I have this land and I can do X on it, right? And so they can go do their magic. We would do a development agreement that kind of outlines what that development looks like, what the responsibilities are, put the financial assurances in where the burden doesn't fall on the taxpayers, and then ultimately there'd be a kind of a maintenance and operations component. And all of those agreements kind of form that relationship and that partnership, and that's what we have right now with Reno Ice. And all of those get approved by this board and then the Board of County Commissioners.
So our board, at least twice, right? Because it'll come back after this for when it's official, when the agreement's officially ready to be.
If that is your desire, you could say, you know what, we're comfortable, we gave you enough information, staff, go do what you need to do to negotiate, and you can go directly to the board, or you can say, I didn't hear what I needed to hear, and I want some more assurances, I want not a draft land lease, I would like staff to bring something back. It's your pleasure.
Mark Newman for the record. When you send it out to the community, is that 700-foot easement that goes around? Because there's stuff that happens 1,000 feet away and the traffic goes right by their house. Now, instead of 10 cars a day, they get 200 cars a day, and they don't even know it's happening until it's already been approved. Is that when can that happen with the notice to the community?
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with City of Reno's code, but yes, there's a certain distance within the project site where all those folks will be noticed. Each jurisdiction's a little different, but everybody who lives within that, resides, owns a business or whatever, they'll be noticed for that meeting.
Okay, so if I can finish my question, so it'll come back to Parks Commission, go to Board of County Commissions. It's in City of Reno's jurisdiction?
For planning, for permitting.
Okay, so it's under their sphere, it's outside city limits, but it's in their sphere of influence?
There's a portion of the park that's within the city of limits. There's a portion of the park that is within the sphere. So they're the permitting agency for this project.
Okay, so it won't have to go to county planning?
Correct.
Okay, so city planning, city council?
No.
No, but city planning and anyone else? That would be it, okay. Thank you. Do we have any other?
Yes, Sean Hill for the record. Two things. One, this reminded me of another private-public partnership that we've already talked about, and that is Sky Tavern. And I think that is set up just as a way for framing that was helpful for me to think about. I think Sky Tavern rents out their land from the city of Reno for $1 a year, and they're doing an amazing sports program up there. So now I kind of have a model, I think, that helps me think through this. The second thing is, this is above my pay grade. This is ultimately, county staff working on this, but I can't help but think of the benefit of, if there was something that also came out of this related to one of the flat fields, like the build out of that. And I'm not suggesting that, Wendy, your team, you're already doing a lot of fundraising. If there was a way for the whole project to generate some income for the county to help the county do something else even outside, I just feel like there could be a really cool win-win there. Just food for thought.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion or comments from commissioners?
No.
Yes.
It's my understanding that this commission meets every other month or every
That's
couple
correct,
months.
yeah.
I do feel like I am on a timeline right now. World Cup Soccer is coming to the United States in 2026, and I don't know how familiar you are with World Cup Soccer, but 2 billion people watch it on TV every 4 years. It is the #1 sporting event, and it's coming to the US in 2026. Our goal is to be playing soccer by March of 2026. $50 million is a lot of money to raise. I have a lot of work ahead of me, and pushing it down the road to the ultimate decision-making body, which is the Board of County Commissioners, would be a detriment to me. I understand that you feel that there's still a lot of underlying questions, but I just wanted to lay that out there, that pushing it down the road to come back to this body, to then push it down the road to go to the Board of County Commissioners where the decision will be made, would be difficult for me.
Well, I mean, personally, I don't think I have enough information to vote on this. I mean, I don't even have a site plan of like what, you know, the size of this compared to the master plan, like where the traffic is going to enter and exit. So like, I'm kind of counting on other commissions' reviews to address some of those issues that really are beyond the scope of this commission, but very, very, very pertinent to, I think, how this commission decides, because like, you know, we are tasked with protecting the park and providing for that recreation. Yeah. So that's just kind of, I think my concern is like, I don't feel like I have enough information to really make an informed decision today.
So if I may, and I understand what I'm hearing is you want some information brought back. So there's a couple pieces that, you know, the ingress, the egress, the site plan or whatever, that's all design. We're like months away from that, right? It's going to take quite some time to design this facility. We can give you kind of the conceptual plan. What we're needing today is, do you agree conceptually that a professional soccer stadium at South Valleys is appropriate, you know? And if so, you've then directed staff to go start negotiating those, all the things you discussed, and ultimately what will be a land lease and a development lease. I'm sensitive to the time frame, but at the same time, you all are very, very important to this. I mean, you meet every other meeting. There's nothing preventing us from having a special meeting associated with this. We can bring something back in a few weeks. You know, we're flexible. We have some options. So.
Mark Newman, for the record, this would be towards legal. Could we do that? Have some kind of design of what sections of the land are going to use, how much land are going to use, kind of just some rough drafts of what we're going to be looking at, because really there's a whole lot of verbiage in this, but it really doesn't show or tell us a whole lot about what's actually the project's going to look like.
Lindsay Liddell, for the record, I think, like Eric said, the staff is still in a phase where we're not even to the design phase. So staff would need direction from you all to move forward with that planning and then come back at a later date with an actual lease with some more definite terms, a development agreement that you could review, and that mapping information.
Could we get it ahead of, maybe a couple days ahead of time instead of half an hour before the meeting starts?
Certainly. So as far as open meeting law goes, the law is that just whenever it's provided to the commission, it needs to be posted publicly. It sounds like that was not provided to the commission until today when you got here. So perhaps staff could be mindful of that.
If we
and provide it
gave
to
a
you before.
go-ahead today and they came back in 2 months from now or a month from now with a rough draft and pretty much what drawings of what's going to be taking place and what they're going to do to the property, and we could make a final decision then, or would that be up to the commissioners of Washoe County?
So for the record, Eric Crump, Washington County's Community Services Department. This board is advisory to the commission, so whatever we do here, we have to take to the Board of County Commissioners. We're going to ultimately, if we move forward, we'd be taking a land lease, we'd be taking a development agreement, we'd be taking an operations and maintenance agreement, all to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. This board recommends to the Board of County Commissioners whether or not to approve those or not.
But as I'm reading this, the possible motion, it's basically just direct staff to continue working on the agreements. It's not recommending to the Board of County Commissioners that they approve those agreements. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct. So, again, that's a possible motion. You can add what you would like to in that motion. That, you know, that's just, right now we're looking at, do you agree with the concept based on what you've been provided? What I'm hearing is you want a lot more information, right? I get it.
We don't have even an artist rendering site map of like, it's gonna go here.
Right.
We don't have that.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Ms.
Fair
Damani,
enough.
would you be opposed to coming back a month from now if Chair Joel were to call a special meeting? Would that 1 month be a detriment? If we could gather more information, more details, staff can give us more information, because that would be my motion, is to gather more information and then see if we could come back a month from now.
If Ms. Monty and Eric is willing to come back in a month from now with kind of just some rough ideas, I'm willing to go with it, that motion.
Yeah. So if you want to call a special meeting in a month, we can have some information available to you, you know, a week in advance of that. I will warn you, this is going to be, you know, from a site plan perspective, I know everybody wants to see a design. You know, this is bubbles on a map right now. The design dictates where things can go. And we may find that where we think it's going to go, it's not. But we know it's roughly a 5-acre footprint in a 20-acre area of South Valley's Regional Park, and we can provide that information. We can also incorporate the comments that you provided to us into the land lease and start working on a development agreement and kind of take those in parallel, if that's your desire.
If I can clarify, you just said 5 acres. In here, it refers to 18.
The stadium, there's parking, there's lots of other things. We need to tighten that up. Again, very conceptual right now. We'll tighten that up as design continues. Is my understanding that the footprint of the stadium without anything else is roughly 5 acres.
Okay. So,
If that'll help.
but the entire development associated with this stadium is 18? Well, of course, with parking, but that's part of the, I mean, like, you're not gonna build a stadium without the parking, right?
Right, right. Yes, no, we need parking.
I mean, I would prefer
Big time.
bike paths, but we are where we are.
Exactly.
I mean, personally, I'm not opposed to having staff continue looking at it. Is a possibility that, like, we entertain the motion, I guess, similar to how it's drafted, to like, hey, legal staff, FOF, keep talking. But like condition it that our next regularly scheduled meeting, essentially we re-vote on it with stuff like maps and, you know, more or less vote whether or not we feel that staff should continue working on this based on additional information that's provided.
Again, it's at your pleasure. What I heard from Wendy was, you know, time is of the essence. You have to keep in mind that once we get approval from this board, we're a month out to a Board of County Commissioner board. So now we're looking at 3 months before we get anything approved. And I don't know how that plays out, but just realistically, if we wait another 2 months for your meeting, then we're a month after that for board meeting, which is fine from a staff perspective, but I don't know how that fits into, I see her shaking her head. She's like, no. So I don't know if you'd entertain a special meeting.
I mean, I'd entertain it. The concern is that, you know, that's a lot of staff time, and, you know, I realize there's not.
Can
direct
staff
costs,
accommodate
but
a
there's
special
costs.
meeting?
Staff can accommodate a special meeting. We have these agreements in place through Reno Ice. Both Wendy and Bob have been great to work with. And Lindsay worked on Reno Ice, so yes, we can.
And the difference, if I can just finish this one.
Yep.
The difference that I see between Reno Ice is like, that footprint more or less was what was on the master plan as an ice rink. You know,
Correct.
so that, to me, that was like a no-brainer.
Yep.
Like, hey, this master plan that went out to the public, you know, the public said, we want an ice rink, and more or less, the blob that was on the master plan became an ice rink. But here, you know, we have something that's much bigger than what was on the master plan, that, you know, is gonna generate more traffic. It's gonna generate additional problems that I don't think we actually even have a grasp of, as far as like, you know, whatever, you know, additional park maintenance separate from the stadium, you know, trash pickup, vandalism, you know, whatevers. And it's just more than what the public said they wanted in the master plan. And I'm not discounting the fact that it's a fantastic idea. It's just whether or not we should put that in a park that doesn't specifically say this blob right here was going to be for a pro sports field.
So for the record, Eric Crump, you bring some interesting points. And, you know, what we didn't have in front of us at the time that we updated the master plan was a proposal to put in a professional soccer league. What we did have when we updated the master plan was a proposal to build an ice rink. And they actually funded the master plan because we needed to update it to see if the public would support the ice rink. So slightly different nuance, but you know, they were at the table saying, we really want to put an ice rink in this master plan. And so they were stakeholders from the get-go. In terms of staff looking at this and determining it's consistent with the master plan, what we see flat fields. We see a proposal to put a flat field in there. I'm not saying it's not different, but it's not like they want to build a tennis stadium or a equestrian arena or something like that. They want to build a flat field, and flat fields are programmed in that park. So it's consistent from that sense. But there are lots of things to work through, more on the permitting side of things. Like I said, this will trigger an SUP, which is a whole can of worms with the city of Reno, and it's a long, hard road. I won't pretend otherwise. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Sean Hill. Eric, I just want to get some clarity on the language of the recommendation, because it says that if we recommend this, staff will then complete all necessary documents, including a ground land lease and development agreement. My question is, does that mean complete the drafts that then would need to be approved by the commission before signatures, right?
That is correct. So the Board of County Commissioners needs to approve all agreements by and for the county. So we as staff are typically directed to negotiate agreements. We bring them forward, and ultimately they're the approving body. This parks, anything related to Parks Commission is advisory to the board. So we take these projects initially to this board, get input to ultimately take to Park Commission. So
to our team, we don't have the really hard decision. That's going to go to the commission to final approval. I think what they need is the green light to continue to develop these agreements so they can take it to the county commission. I think we should consider green lighting that. If we need more information, do we really want them to stop working on the land lease and development agreement? So I just want to find a way perhaps that we can get the information we need without slowing down the development of this paperwork that won't get signed until it gets approved by the county.
Commissioner Aranda, I think the only thing, Commissioner Hill, is that if we were to go with this exact motion, the way that it's written, from my understanding, is that we'll greenlight it, but we will never see it again. And then the Board of Commissioners will take our green light as we recommend it. And so normally they rely on us as the advisory board, and they'll just say, oh, okay, well, they think it's a good idea. So I think the concerns that Chair Joel has, as well as myself, is we would want to see more before we say, yes, that is what we agree to. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
Yeah, I completely agree.
And this is Commissioner Rhodey. I agree with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm happy to have a special meeting. I can see this is important. But I do think we need more information before we can recommend going forward.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Chair Joel, I completely agree with both of you. I would fully support like a motion to just direct staff to keep working on this. I wouldn't want you to slow down, but I just wouldn't want that to be perceived by the county commission as a green light, or that, well, at least I'm not speaking for the whole board, but it sounds like there's kind of some agreement that our commission approved it and recommends to the Board of County Commissioners to, essentially give away a chunk of this park. And we've never even seen a site plan of like, here's like kind of our concept of where this is gonna go, and which flat fields will never be built because of this, and how traffic is gonna circulate. I'm not comfortable sending this to the Board of County Commission with that, but I am absolutely comfortable recommending staff and legal continue to work with you to come up with more details.
Commissioner Jones here for the record. I would like to see more information, but I also would, I think we need to meet next month, whether that's an emergency meeting for the open meeting law or whatever it is, but I'm for, let's get some more information. I don't want to put a red light on this. There's already been a lot of information put out and a lot of work and everything. So to me, let's green light this for, I don't know, I'm not exactly sure what the motion is, but I would suggest that we move ahead with the understanding that we're going to get more information. We're going to get maps. From me being a land surveyor, I like maps and all of that information. And then in a month, 3 weeks, a month, whatever it is, call a meeting, and then let's have a look at it, and then we'll go from there.
Can you frame that?
Mark Newman for the record. I'll make a motion that we either do it the 12th, the 19th, or the 26th. That's the Wednesdays in June. That's roughly the 19th would be 1 month from now. I really think it's a great idea, but there's just so lack of information, really. I love soccer. I watch soccer on TV. My son played soccer all the way through high school varsity soccer at Spanish Springs. I really am for it, but there's so lack of anything here other than just what they're proposing that they might do. So I make the motion that we postpone it to either the 12th, 19th, or 26th of next month.
Okay, hanging on to that motion, Deputy District Attorney Liddell, are we allowed to be setting dates for an extra meeting before we address the potential motion here, or how does that work structurally?
Lindsay Liddell for the record. I wouldn't recommend a motion to set a meeting, like a general meeting. And the motion from Commissioner Newman was unclear. If his motion was to continue item 10 to a new meeting on one of those dates, I think that would comply with open meeting law.
Okay. Can I ask to just table that motion for?
Sure.
I'll
call back that motion.
We'll come back to that.
Because we already have, Commissioner Jones here, we already have a motion on the table.
Well, it's not technically on the table yet. No one has made the motion.
It was seconded.
No, no one did a motion on this one yet.
The first motion that you made has already been made and been
postpone the
seconded.
meeting. I second
And
it
that
to any one of
meeting,
those
that
days.
motion is still on the table.
And I second it to any one of those dates in June, on a Wednesday. He made a motion to postpone it.
I didn't move anything. I didn't make any motions. For the record, I didn't move anything.
Oh, I thought you said.
No, Commissioners, if I may, just so you're aware, the 19th is Juneteenth. The county is,
It's a holiday.
it's a holiday. They won't be around.
That's right, it's
But
my
that
birthday.
week, I'm looking
Happy
at
holidays.
chambers.
Do we have a motion? I don't recall one.
Leon?
All right.
That was one way to calm us down, but for the record,
Yeah.
Michelangelo Aranda, there was no motion made by me to postpone it. I was preparing a different motion, but Commissioner Newman just put out a motion that he also rescinded. And so if we are done discussing, I do have a motion that I would also like to place, and then we could vote on which motion.
Okay, let's hear your motion.
All right, so I move to direct staff with the assistance of the District Attorney's Office to begin Stage 2 of the unsolicited proposal policy by completing necessary documents, including a ground land final draft lease, a potential site map, and development agreement for the unsolicited proposal from Wendy W. Demonte, representing For Our Founds Foundation, a Nevada nonprofit corporation for a soccer stadium and an indoor training facility at Washoe County's South Valleys Regional Park, up to 18 acres within APNs 142-011-13 and 142-011-02, to be voted for recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners in a June 2024 special meeting of the Washoe County Regional Parks and Open Spaces Commission.
Very good. I'll second that motion.
Just one clarification, you said Board of County Commissioners. Did you mean Parks Commission?
No, so to recommend to them during our special meeting in June.
Okay, so the June meeting would be
Us.
voting on whether we recommend this to the Board of County Commissioners.
Exactly.
Okay, is everyone clear on that? Did, Brandon, did you get that noted?
That we're going to be doing a special meeting in June?
Yes, the date is not part of this motion. as it
Correct,
probably
because
shouldn't
the
be.
chambers are reserved many months out. I have to find open dates. I'm also gone and on vacation. The week of the 17th, I'm gone from the 18th to the rest of that week. That's Tuesday through the 21st.
I purposely left it vague for
Yeah,
June
so
2024, so
I
whatever
will,
works.
I will poll you like we've done in the past, and I will send out multiple dates that we can all meet with times. But I'll have to look at the chambers, see what's available. It might be early in the morning, might be after 5 o'clock, depending on what's available.
Okay, but you think it is likely we can get it in June sometime, or do we need to leave it even more vague?
For the record, Eric Crump, Washoe County's Community Services Department, there's no requirement to hold the meeting here either. So we have lots of options in terms of location. It's easier here. Brandon's going to kick me.
No, we can do health.
We can hold it offsite. We have them offsite quite a few times. So I wouldn't let the facility hold up. It's more importantly when we're all available to date. We'll use Brandon to kind of pull everybody, and we can figure it out. And just to clarify, what you can expect to see from staff is we'll bring you back a land lease, we'll bring you back a development agreement, we'll bring you back a kind of conceptual site plan. It might not have some of the things that you anticipate would see because, again, we're in initial stages of development, but you'll at least see where it is in relation to other parts and components of the park. I do apologize for this process. It's somewhat awkward. I mean, we could certainly bring you all those things first round, but now staff has spent an inordinate amount of time negotiating agreements, and we could come to you and you might go, that's a horrible idea. And now we've just wasted all of that time, right? We've kind of done it all different ways. There's not a perfect process. Sometimes when they're easy, you go, yep, I like what I heard. I trust staff to do their job to make sure the county's protecting the county and we're protecting the community, and we're supportive of the project and move forward and go to the board directly. In this case, it sounds like you want us to come back, which is absolutely fine. We can do that, and I appreciate you being accommodating and flexible, and we'll come back in a month.
And Mark Newman, for the record, before you take off, Eric, I don't know if Eric Young had this in his 2040 vision plan. I worked with him for a lot of stuff through the county. We're all on this board in agreement that this would be a great idea. It's just, do you stick it right here in the middle and just throw out the rest of it, or you have a nice little spot and it's going to be usable, and is it going to be feasible for traffic to come off Virginia Street? There's just so much of a lack of information to us that it's hard for any of us we all want it. It's just we don't know what it's going to look like in the slightest idea. And that's all we're asking, I think.
Chair Joel, so we have a motion on the table. Do we have a
I
second?
seconded it.
Oh, thank you. We have a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
This is Commissioner Rhodey. I noticed that there were pictures of other stadiums, and I was wondering if you could choose maybe two potential, it's going to be kind of like this, so that we would have something to look at when you come back.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. And now, do we need to make a motion on the special meeting, or what's the process for that?
Lindsay Liddell, for the record, as the chair, you can call the special meeting. So I imagine that Brandon will circulate some dates to you all individually and get a time and date, and then at that time, the chair can call a special meeting.
It'll be very similar to what I sent you dates for this joint meeting we just had last week.
Perfect.
It'll just, I'll throw out
Fantastic.
some dates. And we'll try to all.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark Newman for the record. I believe you have to have 5 business days ahead of it for public notice, so that you pick a day in June. Say you pick the 19th, you have to have it the Thursday before, has to be on public notice and posted out.
It's 3 days,
3 days, okay.
but that should be an issue. I'll be pulling you basically starting tomorrow. You'll be getting an email tomorrow. And so that's why it's crucial you get back to me as soon as possible. I'm sure we'll have a date figured out in the next couple of days by the end of the week.
Okay.
And then getting the agenda together and stuff will probably be pretty quick and easy.
Yeah, because there's only one item on it.
It's gonna be a
Commissioner
one
Jones,
item, so.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jones.
I make a motion that we recess for 10 minutes for a little stretch break.
Yeah.
I think I can
I'm
just,
good
that's
for
a
that one.
unanimous consent, right? Or do we have to vote on
The
it?
chair can just call a recess.
10-minute recess. Thank you.
live, Brendan?
Make sure you.
There we, okay, welcome back. Are we back live, Brandon?
We are back live, and I just, for the record, Commissioner Aranda is leaving at 4:38.
Thank you very much. We are going to bump item number 14 up to next in place of item 11, or bumping item 11 down, so that staff can finish their presentation and return to their duties. So, Park Program of the Month, a volunteer program and resolutions, which we already did the resolutions. So I guess now it's going to be the volunteer program highlights from Denise Evans and Celia Walker.
So I'll give you a nice chance to take a little break and have a fun presentation. So for the record, my name is Denise Evans. I am the Parks Volunteer Coordinator. And Park Ranger Celia Walker will be joining me at the end of the presentation. So to begin, we are in our 15th year of having a volunteer program with Washoe County Parks. It was started actually in May of 2009, so exactly 15 years. It began as sort of to help with the staffing shortages we were having after the recession during 2008. And I have been in this position for 12 of the 15 years now. So in this last year, we had 8,500 recorded volunteer hours, which is equivalent to 4 additional full-time employees, so that's rather impactful. And the estimated national value is over $284,000 in just the past year, and that's according to a site called independentsector.org that provides an hourly value for volunteering, and nationally that's around $32 right now per hour. So just to explain a bit about our program, the bulk of it are groups that come to us, and over a half day. It's usually more like 3 to 4 hours, but there are corporate groups, religious groups, school groups. So this first picture here is a group from UNR that we just had in the past month or so. We had Starbucks down at Bowers Mansion, and then a financial company over at Bartley, and many, many more, but those are just some nice pictures that we've had from events in just the last month or so. And then we also have individual volunteers. So again, the groups are the majority of those hours, but all year round we have individual volunteers. We have our gardeners, some of them that have been with us longer than I've even been in the position. We have docents that help out at Bowers, our Discovery Room ladies that put together programs in the Discovery Room at Rancho San Rafael Park and also help with programming at the May Museum. The Visitor Center at Galena has hosts and people that help with programming there. The Hive, which is that facility there at the bottom right, they have open gym hours for both pickleball and basketball. And so we have volunteers that help open and close the building for that. And then, of course, the people that help out the park rangers, and we call them park ranger aides. Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful is another huge part of our volunteer program. They are a very strong partner of ours, and they've been around for 30 years, more than 30 years. I assume we've been working with them the entire time. The Great Community Cleanup that just happened April 27th of this year had hundreds of volunteers. I think about 200 to 300 just at Washoe County sites. So that Great Community Cleanup is always in spring, and then the Truckee River Cleanup is in fall. They also have their Adopt a Spot program, so you may see those signs around town. They also call Adopt a Spots the groups that will just come for a day and volunteer with us, but they bring us hundreds of hours a year. And they have a new program called the Saturday Morning Cleanups, which have been huge. We had one at Lockwood a month or so ago, and it had, I think, about 80 people show up. So those are really bringing a lot of volunteers to us, and we appreciate that. So just some trends that I've seen in the 12 years that I've been in this position. So the groups now are smaller and more casually organized. I wasn't sure the best way to explain that, but I'm just kind of noticing a culture shift, where before it was very formal. I would have someone contact me and they would want to have, you know, a catered lunch, and everyone would have matching shirts, and it would just kind of be this big thing, which is fantastic. But now I get a lot more of those calls that are just like, hey, you know, 5 of us want to come down and work for a couple hours tomorrow. Is that okay? Just that kind of thing. So I look at that as a positive shift, because it just seems it's a more acceptable part of the working world right now, and a lot more employers are supporting it. And as I mentioned, the second point there, a lot of employers are giving paid time off now for volunteering. And a lot of schools are requiring service hours. Truckee Meadows Community College has a Promise Scholarship, and they require those students to have 8 hours a semester. And they, a lot of their students do hours with us, so that has been a really great partnership that we've had with them, and it's again a kind of a win-win situation. So some recent improvements that I've made to the program, we've gone a lot more kind of online, and this started during the pandemic. I looked into getting us a management system. We're going with Volgistics, and so at the time, the Arboretum volunteers wanted to keep volunteering, but they weren't allowed into the buildings during the pandemic, so they couldn't go sign the logbooks and all of that. So we had the system, so now they can record their time on an app, and they could sign up for time slots. And we still, now we're of course interacting with them a lot more, but they really adapted well to doing it online. They love it, and it works really well for things like the shifts at the Hive, where we have people opening the building and closing the building. So that has just kind of helped us streamline our processes. And in the portal there, we can add, little greetings for the holidays and things like that, and run reports, which has streamlined my report process a ton now that a lot of it is automated. And I also use a system called signup.com. So I use that, for instance, for those TMCC volunteers. I just can post a link online, and they can sign up for whenever works well for them. And the rangers can look to see who's coming. And again, just trying to find these ways to make things happen as simply and quickly as possible. And a lot more of it electronically. Our application is now electronic, so people don't have to print it and scan it and send it back. And before we had fingerprinting forms and background check forms with people's social security numbers. This was quite a while ago, but now it's all done electronically, and we don't have any of that sensitive information that we have to worry about locking up anymore. And then again, another improvement, which will lead into Celia's presentation, is just expanding these partnerships that we have, which again, create these win-win opportunities. So I'm gonna hand it over to Ranger Celia.
All right, well, I'm Celia Walker, Park Ranger based out of Rancho San Rafael. A huge thank you to Denise, because it really has streamlined the whole process with volunteers and our programming, her signups, and the Volgistics site has been great. We already did Job Corps, so here's Juvenile Services, and I know Brandy Vega Charity accepted the resolution with the Juve crew, as we call them, but they are a huge service to us, so we just wanted to highlight them. And they have been working with parks here for 26 years, since '98. And we have them do so many different projects. They operate on the weekends during the school year, weekdays during school breaks in the summer, and they fulfill all their community service hours. We really like it also because, they're out in the community, they're doing this work in the places where they live. And it kind of fosters them to, take responsibility for their actions, some ownership in the parks that they're working at, and they get to contribute to their community. I remember a few months ago, a student came, well, I thought he was a student. He had been part of the juvenile crew that planted all the flower bulbs at Rancho San Rafael, and he came back to see them blooming, just a little something for them to take ownership in parks. We have Juve crews, I think, once a month in Peavine District right now. And they do so much cleanups, beautify public spaces, and we have projects that we coordinate with Brandy for them to complete. They come in 2 or 3 buses, so usually 20 to 30 kids. And they can really get a lot done. 175,000 hours have been spent in parks already, which is huge. And it just goes along with Job Corps. It just benefits both parties. It's kind of a win-win. Parks, our biggest obstacle usually is staffing and having the numbers to complete all these projects. So juvenile services, comes with 20 to 30 kids on the weekends or a week, and they can really knock out some big projects that make a big difference. The staff there has been amazing, organized, professional. Brandy sends out a calendar on Google, and we just fill it out, where they can be on what weekends, and we go over with them what project they're going to be doing. It's a huge benefit to the parks. And that's it.
Thank you both very much, and I'm sure all those kids they don't even know, but they're super happy that they got bumped up earlier in the meeting.
You can believe it.
Item number, 11, 12 now?
11.
Presentation, discussion, and possible approval of the policies and procedures associated with the citation authority of park enforcement officers due to begin July 1st, 2024.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Colleen Wallace-Barnum, Park Operations Superintendent. So there's going to be 2 items today related to the park, the Citation Authority Program. The first is policies and procedures, the second being the fine schedule, and we'll kind of talk about why they were separated. So the policies and procedures before you is actually when we went to the Board of County Commissioners to get approval in May of 2022 for some of the changes to Chapter 95, it actually provided some authority to park commissioners. Some of that authority is to actually approve policies and procedures. So this is just going before you today, does not need to go to the Board of County Commissioners for final approval. So you are the final approvers for the policies and procedures before you today. One of the other changes that was created when the Chapter 95 changes were adopted in May of 2022 was to add citation authority for enforcement officers. So we have 2 different classifications of staff that are considered enforcement officers. Those are park rangers and district park managers. The district park managers are the supervisors of the park rangers. They also are uniformed, so they appear to be very similar to a park ranger. But they oversee multiple regional parks in addition to all of the staff associated with their programs. So what's been happening since May of 2022, and why has it taken us 2 years to get here? So we've been working closely with several of our internal county departments to understand what the current acceptable practices are, have a review of the policies, procedures, and forms that were going to be needed to stand up this program. This includes regional animal services. They currently have field officers that are enforcement officers, but do not carry, they're not peace officer status. And then we have code enforcement officers in the Community Services Department that do the same thing. And then I wanted to just give a shout out to Lindsay and her team with the District Attorney's Office. She's gotten lots of emails from me and has been incredibly responsive and helpful in reviewing documents and making sure I'm on track. And then out of the Office of the County Manager, there's the Administrative Hearing Office, and I'll kind of explain that in a little bit as we get through the presentation. So our park ranger staff, just so you know, they're part of the Park Ranger Association of California, which is otherwise known as PRAC, as there is a Nevada chapter. So it made more sense, this actually happened probably about 10 plus years ago that the Nevada chapter was created. And since that Board of County Commission approval, they've been reaching out to other agencies that have citation authority, but their staff, their enforcement officers, again, are not peace officers. So it's an important distinction when you get into the training program and what training is required for this staff. Just as I pulled up the website and I was looking at PRAC, we are actually hosting the next annual conference. And we hosted our first annual conference for PRAC in 2020, right before the pandemic. So it was able to happen. It was an odd time. And then right after we hosted, everything shut down. I think it was like in early March that it happened in 2020. So here we are 5 years later hosting again. And I give a lot of credit to the park rangers that have been putting on that training. But they're very engaged, and they share a lot of good information with each other, best practices in the field and whatnot. So the issuing of citations by the park rangers and the district managers is going to be considered a peripheral duty, not the focus of their duties, right? This is just another tool in the toolbox, we like to say. They make visitor contacts multiple times daily as it is, and that process will continue. So what we wanted to make sure we had was a set of policies and procedures that was solid, and extensive training associated with those policies and procedures to provide them the background they need to perform these new job duties to the best of their ability. So the training that is either scheduled or has taken place for the park rangers and district managers is basic first aid, and we'll get into why that's needed, de-escalation tactics, report writing, introduction to the incident command system, OC training or pepper spray, and then defensive tactics. In addition, I mentioned Nick, who got his 10-year certificate, he's one of the 4 park rangers of our 9 current park rangers that attended the Park Ranger Excellence School. It's in Estes, Park, Colorado, and it happens every spring. In fact, Celia and Ranger Bob Holland just attended, and we're hopeful that we can get everybody, all of our staff, to attend in the next 3 years, and then everybody will have gone through that Park Ranger Excellence School. Again, I heard nothing but positives from staff, just sharing information, creating these network opportunities, to have conversations about how to really do things well in the field. So the policies and procedures, there's a lot of documents before you, and I appreciate if you've waded through all of them. So the 5 policies that were created, really, again, looking at best practices of other agencies that have non-peace officer park rangers had these policies, and so basically the very first policy is the visitor safety and resource protection. It really outlines why the park rangers are needed in the first place, and why we're creating this citation authority through the citation authority program. What their role is, and really it is visitor safety and resource protection. And then notice of civil penalty policy is really just kind of dials in, like, when you get into an interaction with someone, how you're going to issue that notice of civil penalty. There are, just to clearly distinguish this, the park rangers can issue civil or criminal penalties. So the civil penalties can be anywhere from $100 to $1,000. We'll get into that with the fine schedule. And we're going to try to keep it in the civil world. Again, there's some discretion there in the field, but our goal is to really keep it at the lowest level. Our goal is really to be able to warn a park visitor, and then hope that we're going to gain compliance and not have to even go into issuing civil penalties. But if we do, we have the opportunity to do so in training. Then there's a park exclusion policy. So that's an opportunity, again, Chapter 95 provided a change of where if there's something egregious going on, a park ranger can actually ask someone to leave the park, and they can be excluded for a period of time. So it's a minimum of 24 hours and going to be up to a year. So there's a wide range of time there, right? But that's another policy we wanted to make sure we had in place. And then there's a use of force policy and chemical restraint policy that kind of go hand in hand. And it's just a really important thing for park rangers. When you go up and talk to somebody about something they're not doing, they're doing in the park that's not okay, it's not always a positive interaction. I was a park ranger for 8 years, and I was a district manager for 10 years, and I can tell you that those interactions aren't always positive. And so it's the ability to make sure that our staff is trained to kind of recognize some cues in themselves, but also in the person they're interacting with, so that they understand kind of how things are going. And so that use of force, use of force for a peace officer is going to be lethal force, right? We're not at that level, right? We are non-peace officer status. So the highest level of force that we could potentially use, which we hope we never have to, is chemical restraint, which is the OC spray or pepper spray. So those policies were really important to have, in addition to the training associated with those policies, before we even moved forward with having anybody carry it, with having anybody, understanding what it's like to be in the field and have those potential negative interactions. And I think the other thing that's important to note is that we understand that there's going to be times that you're going to have to call it a loss and, go in separate directions, and hopefully we never even have to use any of the force associated with some of the training. But it's better to be trained and not need it than the other way around. And then, of course, all of these policies have forms associated with them, and I wanted to make sure you saw. I put draft on all the forms because I still was waiting to hear back on a couple of the reviews from the DA's office. But we have a warning notice, so that's hopefully going to be our primary first interaction with someone. First, obviously have a verbal conversation with them, and then an opportunity to provide a warning on an infraction versus going straight to a notice of civil penalty. And then you'll see there's a notice of civil penalty, that document. There's an AHO administrative order. So let me explain what a notice of civil penalty does. It provides somebody, there are 39 different codes in Chapter 95 that you could potentially violate. So if somebody violated one of those codes, let's just say a dog off leash, you could issue them a citation. And that citation, if it's a first offense, they're going to have a first offense citation. That person has the ability to pay that fee within 30 days. That person has the ability to request an administrative hearing. I disagree. I don't want to do this. I want to request an administrative hearing. And then that's the second stage. The third stage is they don't pay. They don't request the administrative hearing. That then goes to the status of they've claimed liability. So now they're liable for that fee. And then if they don't pay the fee, it can go into a collection process. So I think I go into that in the fine schedule. I won't go too much into that, but I want to make sure you understand the administrative hearing office it's in the civil world, right? It doesn't go into the court system. It stays in a civil matter, and it's managed out of the office of the county manager. A misdemeanor citation form, that's actually if it's for a criminal penalty, which can be issued by our park rangers. But if they are issued by the park rangers per the policy, they have to have a law enforcement officer on site with them. Okay, so that's what we want to make sure is happening, that if we do have any type of misdemeanor, that we have law enforcement on site as well. And then a DA case submission form goes with that misdemeanor form. The park exclusion form goes with the park exclusion policy, and then the voluntary statement form is really something that, let's just say we have a witness for an incident. So a park ranger can't issue a citation unless they witness it. You can get a voluntary statement form, which is potentially a witness that has witnessed an infraction. And the park ranger has the discretion to either, if there's enough evidence, move forward with a notice of civil penalty or not. So that is the policies and procedures portion of the Citation Authority Program. The goals of the Citation Authority Program, just so you understand where we're going with this, is to maintain safe parks and provide resource protection for everybody to enjoy their public spaces. I have a feeling some of you have been out and about in your public parks or public spaces and not had that experience, myself being one of them as well. So, we're not going to say a park ranger is going to be at every place at every time. Right now, it's not like the magic eraser, like we're not going to get rid of all the problems in the parks, but we now have another tool in the toolbox to be able to manage a situation. We want to minimize the use of additional resources from the Sheriff's Office and Regional Animal Services. We really don't want to call them about a dog off of a leash. They don't want to come out and talk about a dog off of a leash. Now we can take care of it ourselves. Sheriff's Office, only if it's a misdemeanor where it's a criminal penalty would we contact them. So now we're kind of just trying to keep this all in that civil world, kind of keeping it low level and hopefully gain compliance. Again, we're going to start with warnings to maintain compliance with the ordinances, and then as appropriate, we're going to keep the citations in the civil process so as not to put more pressure on our court system. That's definitely not our goal. So I have a possible motion before you, and I know there was a lot of documents, so please let me know if you have any questions about any of the policies or documents or process.
Thank you very much, Colleen, and thank you for all of the staff time that's gone into creating this. I think it's been several years that we've been working on this. So pretty cool to see it finally going into effect here July 1st. You just need the final approval from us.
I have one question. Mark Newman for the record. Now, if we're going to be initiating fines, is the fines going to be going to help pay for these trips to Colorado for the schooling?
Great question. So in my next presentation, so the next item, I'll go into the fine schedule and how the money's going to be utilized. But the money has to go into the county general fund. So any of the fine money has to go into the county general fund.
So is the schooling then paid for out of the county general fund?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mark Newman for the record. I'd like to recommend the Open Space and Regional Parks Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve the fine schedule associated with the citation authority of park enforcement officers due to begin July 1st, 2024.
Just to clarify, that's, you read the staff recommendation, not the
Correct.
possible motion.
It said the motion at the end of the
For
presentation.
the record, Colleen Wallace Barnum, I believe that's the recommendation for the next item. So for item 11, it should be the one for policies and procedures.
Neil Jones, for the record, I make a motion, move to recommend approval of the policies and procedures associated with the citation authority provided to park enforcement officers due to begin July 1st, 2024.
Chair Joel seconds that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Presentation, next item, presentation, discussion, and possible recommendation to Board of County Commissioners to approve the fine schedule associated with the citation authority of park enforcement officers due to begin July 1st, 2024.
Had the wrong one.
Great. For the record, Colleen Wallace Barnum, Park Operations Superintendent. So this is the second half of the Citation Authority Program items before you today, and it's what I'm calling the fine schedule. So Washoe County Code, Chapter 125, is for enforcement, remedies, and penalties. So per that county code, 125.170s, there's a very clear direction that the fee schedule needs to be adopted by the Board of County Commissioners. So although you, through the changes in Chapter 95 that happened back in 2022, you can approve the fee schedule for like our recreation facilities. So that's why I wanted to make sure there's a kind of a clear distinction here between the fee schedule associated with park facility reservations, recreation programs, those types of fees that we already charge. This is really more of a fine schedule, which is why I called it as such. So although you have the ability to approve the fee schedule, the fine schedule, in talking with our Deputy District Attorney, Liddell, we agreed that going to the Board of County Commissioners was the best approach for this item. And then per Washoe County Code Chapter 95.510, civil penalties, as I mentioned before, that can be imposed in the amount of no less than $100 and no more than $1,000. So I want to say I met with Regional Animal Services and Code Enforcement, and through multiple conversations, I said, okay, for your fine schedule, for your fee schedule, I said, what would you do differently? And they both said, increase the fines. So I started higher based on that conversation. The fine schedule illustrates that before you, that the fines double for each successive infraction of the same violation up to a third violation, and this is within a 2-year period, according to that County Code Chapter 125. So for ease of use, it's really best to have each fine begin at the $200 level, and then for the second violation, it goes up to $400, which is double, and then the third violation up to $800, which is double. So, I can't read this, but hopefully you have a document in front of you that you can read.
It's even smaller.
I made it larger for you, I hope. But anyway, so this is just listing the 39 different sections of the Chapter 95 code that we could potentially serve a fine for. It's trying to just keep it as simple as possible. We talked about doing tiers, different tiers, like maybe a higher amount for a different infraction, but if we were doubling fines, it would be challenging to stay under that $1,000. So the fine schedule, I want you to understand the process. I kind of talked about it a little bit. So again, let's just say somebody with a dog off leash gets a notice of civil penalty, and that violator can pay that fine. And if they pay that $200 fine within the 30 days of the violation, 50% payment is considered payment in full. So it's only $100, which is a better deal than $200. So if the violator chooses to contest that civil penalty, they can then request that administrative hearing through that office, out of the administrative hearing office, and that request has to happen within 30 days. There is also a fee associated with that administrative hearing. That is a separate fee approved by the Board and County Commissioners. And then should that notice of civil penalty fine not be paid and no request for the administrative hearing was scheduled, the lack of action is considered an admission of liability. It's a waiver of any right to an administrative hearing, and then that fine goes into collections. And Washoe County does have a collections process. Again, that collections process has a separate fee schedule, again, approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So that's outside of our purview. Whatever fines are associated with that are a separate entity. And then if collections is unsuccessful in collecting fines and fees, a lien can actually be placed on the property of the violator. So I hope we don't get to that point. We hope people pay their fees. So here's our goals: to have the fines paid within the 30-day period, because that money will actually go into a separate cost center within Parks and Open Space created for the citation program. So we have the ability come July 1st to just start tracking immediately how much money, if in fact we have, notices, civil penalties issued, that those fines are collected, and we have the ability to track that through a separate cost center. If the violator requests that administrative hearing, again, all those fines and fees now go into the office of the county manager, because now it's in the administrative hearing process. So we don't see that funding. And this is not a revenue earner, by the way. We're not hoping to hey, we're gonna send all our park rangers to, the goal is really to make sure that people are paying, following the rules to begin with. That's really the goal. And now we have, again, that tool on the tool belt to say, well, if you choose not to, here's what's going to potentially happen. And hopefully those conversations go as well as possible. So I wanted you to know also that we are working with our communications team, which they've been amazing. So it's Nancy Lewinhagen and her team, Bethany and Tammy and Josh, because we want to inform park visitors of these upcoming changes. We don't want July 1st to roll around and this to be a surprise for anybody. So we have come up with some ideas of maybe putting out some sandwich boards at regional parks with a QR code link that'll go to our website that can provide some more details. Hopefully we're going to create some short videos on our website and social media posts, maybe hey, did you know that this, if you do this, this could be a $200 fine or something like that, And then the communications team felt it was really important to have this be ongoing messaging to keep the information relevant and out to the public, at least for maybe 6 months. So that's our goals for the fine schedule and this aspect of the Citation Authority program. And before you is a possible motion, but I'm happy to answer any questions associated with the fine schedule.
Thank you, Colleen. I appreciate your wording of that. I think the goal is to have $0 in that amount, in that account, right? I mean, that everybody can adult in a park and act responsibly. That's the perfect goal, so. Is there any questions or discussion from commissioners?
Mark Newman for the record. Wouldn't be like when I was in the Grand Canyon at 19 years old, 7 days later, all the rangers are in there and I go, come on, Ranger Rick, where's Yogi and Boo Boo? Get out of here. But no, I'll make the motion. The same one that I made the last time, but the wrong one. Open Space and Regional Parks Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve the fine schedule.
It's the next one down, the possible motion.
It's right there, isn't it? Under the fines?
Oh, well, it's right here.
That's Bosch.
You're good, go ahead.
You're just reading the recommendation. I think the possible motion in quotes right below that.
They don't have that one. Citations Authority of the Park Enforcement Officers due to begin July 1st, 2024.
You are correct. That is different than the staff report.
Commissioner Day, I second that.
Any discussion on the motion?
Just want to make sure it was read how it needs to be read, if there's two different versions.
Okay, if there's, yeah, I
Well,
think
You
we-
have the one possible motion this way, and then you have the staff report. Which one should I read?
Brandon, would you bring up the motion that was on the presentation? Just to make sure, I could have made an error, and I apologize if I did.
Okay, the motion, should the commissioners agree with staff recommendations, a possible motion would be the Open Space and Regional Parks Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve the fine schedule associated with the citation authority of the park enforcement officers due to begin July 1st, 2024.
Yep,
I believe that's correct.
and it's been seconded.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thanks, Colleen. Nice.
Thank
We
you.
had two different motions for the fines.
Item 13, Parks reports.
Does anybody have any questions?
None.
Okay.
Any questions? Parks are doing good?
Parks are,
They're all still there?
we are ramping up. That's what we're doing. We are ramping up. This is, the holiday weekend's upon us, so it's kind of our, traditional, busy season begins, even though it really starts in April. But, yes, we're doing well. And, we've got some amazing staff out there to make it all work, behind the scenes. And Denise and Celia are great. I mean, they're understated, but they get a lot of work done. So, aside from them, there's many other staff that I didn't, name personally, but a lot of people out there doing great work. So, yep, I don't have any.
Cody, I'm curious, when will we get another report, or will we, on the dog parks?
If you want to request an item for the next meeting, we can certainly get that on the agenda.
Yeah, we did get the final report from Celia on the, what was it called, the trial period? There
Yeah,
was an
we had a
official name
trial
for it.
period, but we can certainly provide an update if you'd like, during commissioner comments and request that an item be on our next
I'm
meeting.
allowing, that would be great
I have
in a
one,
future meeting.
Okay, we'll note that in item 16.
I have one comment for you, Colleen. This is Mark Newman for the record. I went to the dinosaur exhibit with my grandson, and we were looking at as we were leaving all the koi, and Dad, and there's one fish that's just sitting there, doesn't move, and here all the rest of them are swimming around, there's one just sitting there. He got a floater. She went over and poured a little water, off it went. She goes, it just hangs out there all day long, doesn't move.
It's tricky, it's trying to trick the kids.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Colleen. Item number 15, Director's Report.
For the record, Aaron Smith, Director of Operations. Eric Crump had to leave, so I will be filling in for him. So it's been a while since we've met, right? So the board approved the purchase of real property deeded through dedication, Silver Arrow Ranch Road, which is the public access to the Washoe County Regional Archery Facility. The board approved public trail easement deed and maintenance agreement allowing public to use future trails through the Ascente subdivision. The board approved Commissioner Sean Hill. Awarded to bid the Washoe County Regional Archery Facility Phase 1 Improvement Plan, $488,175 for parking lot, storage roads, and improvement to the access road. Approval for the agreement for services between Washoe County and DOWL for $798,980 for engineering, design, and project oversight in support of South Valley's Regional Park Expansion Project. Dragon Lights agreement was approved, and it'll be held on September 27th, 2024 through November 30th, 2024, with a possible renewal in 2025 and 2026. It was awarded Gold Valley Park Playground Improvement for $600,242,000 for playground at Golden Valley. Virginia Foothills Park Playground Improvement approved, $570,000, $570,345. It was awarded the Washoe Golf Course Heating, Ventilation, Air Conditioning Replacement Project, $570,000. Regional Shooting Facility License and Management Services Agreement was approved to Nevada Firearms Academy. Nevada Division of State Parks Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. There was an amendment adding $300,000 for replacing the existing playground with a new all-inclusive playground at Rancho Santa Fe Regional Park. And and the last piece is they accepted real property for public recreation. This is the reserve at Monte Rosa. This is the parcel that connects Whites Creek Park to the trail system. It was previously common area. So with that, are any questions on that? Any comments? Anything we can answer?
Can you go back to that last one, the Monte Rosa?
Yes.
What was that item?
For the record, Colleen Wallace Barnum, Park Operations Superintendent. So it was previously part of Monte Rosa's common area, and it is now deeded to the county. So it is now our trail corridor. It is going to be on county land.
Okay, and this is just above Whites Creek Park?
Correct. So it's where it connects by where the diversion is, that diversion structure.
Okay.
Yeah, right in there.
Okay.
Yeah, which is good because now we have the land that we can, maintain that trail in a better fashion.
You mean the outfall from their storm drain system that dumps out right on top of the trail?
Something like that.
Waiting for that one.
Any other issues in the director's report?
That's all I have noted.
Okay. Any questions from commissioners for, I'm sorry, Deputy Director of Operations Smith? Was that?
So you can call me Operations Director.
Operations Director.
Yeah. Yeah, Aaron Smith.
I'm going to need to have that written down.
Aaron, yeah.
Aaron?
Aaron.
Oh, look at that. It is written down. All right. Thank you very much. Item number 16, Commissioner requests for future agenda items. It sounds like Commissioner Rohde, you would like to see additional information on the dog parks?
Yes, I'd like to hear about their use and popularity and success.
Okay. Staff copies that. Thumbs up. Any other requests for future agenda items?
Brandon Roman, Recording Secretary, for the record. We want to request the agenda be approval of agenda, right? Take it off? Is that?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you for that reminder. So can we, just to make it official, can we have at our next regularly scheduled meeting, a action item about approving the agenda?
This is Lindsay Liddell. You don't need to have an item to decide to remove that going forward. Just as the chair, you can direct staff to not include that on future. So it wouldn't be a commission action that's occurring. It's just as the chair, you, Commissioner Joel, would be directing staff to not include that on future agenda items.
Okay.
So I will no longer put it on the agendas
So
at your direction.
So I can't ask for a vote, but if you disagree, make a public comment now. Okay, I think, so we can just take care of that then.
Okay.
Okay, boom, done. Let's see, yeah, I guess actually my question would fall under this one. I believe it was about a year ago that we did elections for chair. And so I don't know if we need to do another election at an upcoming meeting for, if it's annual or whatever the process is for that, if that can be on the next regularly scheduled meeting if it needs to be.
Okay, I'm not familiar with the exact wording of the governing docs, so I'd have to probably talk to Lindsay and Colleen.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner requests for future agenda items?
Mark Newman for the record. I don't know if this would fall under a future agenda item, but remember when we did our last week's, when we met with Reno, when one person from Sparks?
Mm-hmm, the joint meeting?
Yeah, the joint meeting. I had mentioned about the dollar per apartment, and I've heard from, I don't know if we have to bring that before the county commissioners, or if we can ask legal to look into it as a extra, or how that would work. Special use
I do
tax?
not know, but
A
what,
special use tax on apartments at $1 per unit to help with our parks and recs departments so that we can have maybe more recreation at some of our parks and centers.
I know that's beyond the scope of our commission, but,
I don't know if we would have to recommend it to the commissioners, or if that would have to be on our agenda, or do we contact each one of our commissioners from our district to see if they bring it up to?
Lindsay Liddell for the record. Without engaging in discussion on the item, which I don't recommend, or on that topic, I would just talk to your commissioner because it is outside of the scope of this commission and would require like an impact study I mean, there's different avenues to do it, but it's a lot to do something like that.
I understand it. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would fall under this or not, or if each one of us would have to contact our commissioner from our district to see if they would be willing to bring it up to the district attorney to look into it. And
Yeah.
being in an election year, I don't think they want to touch it until after November.
Yeah.
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
That was it.
Any other requests?
Yeah, oh, no, go ahead.
Commissioner Jones, for the record, I guess I need to consult with counsel. This is concerning the open meeting law. And I believe, with my experience with the open meeting law as president of my homeowner association, to put it up, not necessarily for a vote, but just to put it on the agenda, that new commissioners, like Commissioner Hill, to my right, to go through the 1-hour video presentation by the, I guess, the Chief Deputy District Attorney, that because the open meeting law and how it's interpreted is so specific and is confusing, to say the least, that new commissioners review that before their first public meeting.
Lindsay Liddell for the record. It sounds like, Commissioner Jones, your request for the future agenda item is an action item to adopt a policy for the Parks Commission that any new commissioner undergo an open meeting law training prior to
Yes.
their first meeting. Okay. Did you get that, Brandon?
I know we realize we can't discuss this, but Colleen has been working on for lack of a better term, a manual for commissioners that includes stuff like that. What's the estimated officiation? You have a draft? It's final. Okay.
Nice.
So that will be shared with commissioners in the near future? Okay. And then I guess my other question, and I apologize for having discussion on this item, but Commissioner Hill, were you forwarded a link to review open meeting law training?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And did you also have an item?
I do.
Okay.
So, being new to the commission, I had a concerned citizen reach out with an issue that I think would fit in this space. This is kind of a process question. Should I suggest that for an agenda item for the future, or should I do some background research or talk to staff before I bring something like that up? Any ideas?
I would say that you can bring it up as a, well, I don't know.
Yeah,
Lindsay?
yep. So you can see.
What's your advice?
That lady over here to your right, she'll tell you exactly what you can
Lindsay
do.
Liddell, for the record, I wouldn't recommend it just because it sounds like it might entice some discussion, but you're certainly welcome to communicate to the commission what you received, and with that, I recommend that you not discuss it, and perhaps discuss it with staff to find out some more information. And in any event, you're welcome to reach out to Chair Joel and Brandon about a future agenda item in between meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to, I guess, just mention it during the public comment or commissioner comments?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Would that be now?
Or actually, we could do it under this item since it's also announcements from commissioners. So if you would like to make an announcement and share a concern that you have, I think that that's an appropriate spot here for that.
Saounds good. So Sean Hill, for the record, I received an email from a citizen of Washoe County regarding Anderson Park. It says here, I'll read just a little bit of the email. Anderson Park was gifted to the citizens of Washoe County for the sole purpose of development of a public park for the citizens, recorded in the deed in February of 1989, according to this person. They're concerned about the original use or the original plan in 1989 and that not being met now. So Anderson Park, 1989 deed, concerned citizen. Yeah, I guess there's some cattle grazing happening there and they're worried about it.
Oh, okay, because I was like, I think it is a park. And I apologize for discussing this, but the issue, so the issue is
The cattle grazing.
there's a cattle lease.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So I guess I can ask, or you can ask staff to get you some information on that so that you can be responsive to the citizen.
Yeah, that'd be great. I would love to maybe just follow up with staff. We don't need to agendize it if we don't need to agendize it, but they're concerned about the land being granted having been turned into a parcel for cattle grazing by a private citizen.
Any other announcements or future agenda items from commissioners? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 17, public comments. Do we have any members of the public
I don't see any.
left?
No,
Any
yeah,
commissioners
no
want to
public
make-
comment in chambers or no hands raised on Zoom.
Any public comments from commissioners? Hearing none, I will go ahead and utilize the power vested in me to adjourn the meeting. Thank you all.